Good evening. I would like to call to order the Keizer City Council in regular session. It is Monday, June 5th, 2023, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Reed?
Here.
Councilor Hessman?
Here.
Councilor Kohler?
Here.
Mayor Clark?
Here.
Council President Starr?
Here.
Councilor Duran?
Here.
And Councilor Cross?
Here.
Thank you very much. If you are able, I invite you to rise, and would you all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all for joining us this evening. We have several special orders of business. Before we get into the agenda, I would like to ask City Council to concur for a change in the order of the agenda this evening, and that is to take the two Neighborhood Association annual reports from items 8A and B, and to do those under item 5, committee reports, for the purpose of getting them reviewed prior to talking about the budget, which includes allocations of funds for the community neighborhood associations. Are there any objections to that change in the agenda? Okay, seeing that, we will take then items 8A and B out of order this evening. We will also then start off with, we are going to do several proclamations, but we are going to go back a month because one of the ideas that have come from the Community Diversity and Engagement Committee is to have a representative come and speak to us briefly about each of the heritage months that we do celebrate. And this last month, we concluded a Jewish Heritage Month. Rabbi Pearlstein wasn't able to join us last month, but he is here this evening. So with everybody's indulgence, I would like to invite Rabbi Pearlstein to come up and share with us about Jewish Heritage Month. And thank you very much for joining us, Rabbi. If you would join us at the table, please.
All right, thank you. As a rabbi, I don't always put my back to the crowd. So this is it's a bit of a first, so pardon my back, you know, as Victor Borga would always say, if anyone remembers who he is. All right, well, thank you for having me. Thank you for welcoming me back to Keizer again. My name is Rabbi Avraham Pearlstein. I run the Chabad Center for Jewish Life in Salem, Keizer, the Mid-Willamette Valley area. And Keizer's been extremely welcoming to me over the years and continue to be so, and it's very, very nice to have this opportunity. They say that Jews run on Jewish Standard Time, which means that we're always a little bit late. And this is, I guess, Exhibit A of that. Last month was Jewish Heritage Month, and now we're here. So I was asked to share a little bit about Jewish Heritage Month, and the truth of the matter is that it's not really a Jewish creation. It's something that was created here in America over the past few years as the months have slowly but surely been dedicated to different highlights and ethnicities and people. So why not? Of course, the Jews play a prominent role in America, so this is the month that was picked for us. I think I more want to share a little bit about who we are as a people, specifically here in Oregon, in Salem, in Keizer, and perhaps even plant a few seeds that maybe we could have continued conversations about with the council or at the city. I sit before you as a grandchild of Holocaust survivors. My grandmother and my grandfather both went through the Holocaust. My grandmother actually spent 5 nights in Auschwitz, and she lost her mother and a brother there that first night when they showed up. If anyone has read Night, my grandmother was next door neighbors to Elie Wiesel. They were on the same trains to Auschwitz, and pretty much the same story he writes about is my grandmother's story. I say that not as a shock value, but really as so much about Judaism and the Jewish Heritage Month has been about anti-Semitism, and that's really not our identity. We're not people that like to identify as victims. We like to thrive above that. In my grandmother's diary, she writes about her decisions that she made throughout her life and her experiences. And then she writes, a lot has been written about the Holocaust and its victims. Very little has been written about the survivors and how they picked themselves up and believed in a world that they had no right to believe in, created families, built communities, and moved on from the horrors that they experienced. Much more needs to be written about that, and that truly is the Jewish story. We could have absolutely given up multiple times. The Holocaust is only the most recent, but throughout the years and generations, we've been kicked out of and persecuted from every single country by every other ethnicity pretty much, and not felt welcomed until so far, where we came here to America. And even that, unfortunately, there's a rise of anti-Semitism consistently over the past 10 years. But even so, we don't identify as the victims. We're not a people that are looking for reparation or compensation or to play any kind of a victim card. We're simply here to build community, to live in peace with each other, to live out our what we feel is our God-given right to be those that represent godliness in this world in many ways. And godliness really is the good that resides in every single human being. At the core of Jewish belief is that everything is good, everybody is good, and if they're not, it's because something's clouding that goodness. So how do you bring that back out from reality? And we each see that within ourselves, and we see it within everybody we come in contact with, and because of that, Judaism, even though it has grown over the years to act under the shadow of anti-Semitism, so people don't act outwardly, I think this generation and the way that I express ourselves, my community here express ourselves, is more outwardly. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We have nothing to be scared of. we have everything to be proud of. And because of that, let's say in Salem, we put up a 15-foot menorah out on city property. That's something we'd love to do in Keizer at some point. Like I said, planting seeds. Maybe we could do that. So put up a menorah in Keizer and have a community celebration around that on Hanukkah time. That would be a beautiful thing. Maybe even right next door to the Christmas tree to show how welcoming everybody really is. But that's a side point. That's really how we as Jews practice our religion today, our identity. We're out, we're proud, not, God forbid, in spite of others, but alongside everybody else, to live in peace and promote peace, because one of the 7 Noahide laws that are biblically prescribed is to create courts of justice. And justice is not just courts where people do something wrong and they have to go before a court. Justice means kindness. Justice means tzedek. And the Hebrew word tzedek is also the word for tzedakah, which is charity. And it's a very bad English translation to use charity as tzedakah, because tzedakah or tzedek means justice. Justice means what's right. Our job and influence in the world is to do what's right. To do what's right according to God, to do what's right according to morality. And right is not just in a court of law, right is in every area of our life. And I think that today in the world at large, and do I still have time? A rabbi, you ask a rabbi to speak. Well, go on. I think most people today are really looking to do the most kindness they possibly can. We're all here together. I'm sure pretty much everyone behind me and the council and everybody that takes on positions of leadership and service is to make the world a better place, to do what's right, to act. And the Hebrew word would be tzidkus, tzedakah, tzedek, to do what's right and righteous. Everybody, I think, has that bone and wants to do it, but it has to be something that we flex, just like we go to the gym to build muscle. You have to build that kindness muscle within us. And there's a project that we've been promoting, and again, another seed that perhaps something we could work together in. It's called the ARC Project. ARC stands for Acts of Random Kindness. And they're little small charity boxes that look like an arc. They're plastic. And you give them out for free to anybody. On the bottom of it, it says, when filled, deliver it to your chosen charity organization. And the point of it is that someone should be able to give a little tiny amount of charity every single day. Kids by their bedside, my kids all have it, and every day they put in a few coins. Adults, even though we think it's trivial to put a penny or two, what it's doing is that we're flexing that kindness muscle, so that when we have to be kind throughout the day, when we have to be additionally compassionate throughout the day, when we have to flex that kindness muscle, it's something that is a go-to rather than, oh, what do I do in this situation and how do I be kind? I think that it's something that as Americans, this is a project that has picked itself up all throughout the country, and I'd be happy to partner with anybody in the city or beyond to do something of that nature. This is my little spiel, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. We really appreciate it. And I think that Keizer United would be a great place to share the ARC's opportunity as well.
Stay here a second.
Oh, Rabbi, picture? Okay. I don't have a copy of the proclamation at this point, but if we could do a picture anyway, that we can close with the proclamation. Right here in front of the council.
Okay, act like you're happy to be here. That was easy, wasn't it? Thank you. It's great to have you. Thank you. Excuse me. I can send it to you.
Thank you. Rabbi, It is now my pleasure to welcome Nevaeh Music. Our next proclamation will be for Pride Month, and she is our representative, one of our representatives on the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. And once she talks about Pride Month, then I will read the proclamation, and I will give one copy to you, so you can take it to McNary, and we will have one copy on display here. Welcome, Nevaeh.
Thank you. I would like to start off by thanking you all for letting me be here to do this today. And here it goes. I wish I could tell a story about hope and acceptance and safety here in Keizer. I wish I could speak about the joy of being queer in Keizer. I wish I could say some meaningless statistics. I wish I could use this time in any other way, but I believe that I can't. I can't pretend the looks don't exist. I can't pretend that I stood this far away from my girlfriend got called a faggot in our school's hallways. I can't pretend that there aren't whispers around me. I can't pretend I wasn't crying on her shoulder and got told to get a room. I can't pretend I wasn't cornered by 5 guys outside of McNary as they teased and heckled us. I can't pretend I wasn't trapped in a bathroom and I sobbed on her shoulders by girls teasing saying we were having sex. I can't pretend that I wasn't laying on her shoulder inside the school when a security guard saw us, came inside, and told us that that wasn't school appropriate because somehow it was inherently sexual. My love made inherently sexual. Oh, how I mourn those who have it worse in other states where it's not as accepted. Those for whose thoughts aren't safe at all. But progress doesn't stop at least. Progress doesn't stop at canceled prides. Progress must be maintained and watched with a careful eye, lest progress be stopped and we regress. Progress starts and ends with education of youth and adults alike, and I fear that's something we lack in Keizer, at McNary, and our younger schools. I fear that that's something we have ignored and neglected, telling people that it's not okay to be like that. And that's what I wanted to use my time here today for.
Thank you, Nevaeh. Thank you very much. Stand by. I'm going to read the proclamation so we can move things forward. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, but the fulfillment of this promise has not been achieved for many Americans. And whereas the historic riot at Stonewall in New York City on June 28th, 1969, is considered a turning point for the LGBTQ liberation in the United States. And whereas for more than 50 years, June has been celebrated nationwide as Pride Month in honor of the citizens who rose up and fought at Stonewall against discriminatory laws. And whereas everyone should be able to live without fear of prejudice, discrimination, violence, and aggression based on race, ethnicity, religion, class, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, mental or physical disability. And whereas June has become a nationally recognized month to celebrate and honor community members who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, queer, inquiring, asexual, two-spirit, plus. And whereas the city of Keizer strives to treat all people with dignity and respect and recognizes that our diverse LGBTQIA2+ community includes people of all races, ethnicities, religions, and professions who deserve to live in peace. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Clark, Mayor of the City of Keizer, together with the Keizer City Council assembled in regular session, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as Pride Month and encourage all the people of Keizer to celebrate and embrace the rich diversity that our LGBTQIA2+ community members bring to our economy, our arts, our culture, and society. I'm going to present one to you. Thank you very much. Pride Month, everybody.
You're not in Arizona anymore.
Thank you so much. That is for you. Take care. Well done. And Mayor Hughes, and now you know why she was my appointee to the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. All right, this I think goes under public comment. We will now go to the proclamation for Juneteenth. And Laura, Councilor Reed, do we have someone who is going to be presenting on Juneteenth? Yes.
Counselor Stars.
I actually had requested that for the June 20th. I thought we were doing them close to the day.
Okay. So what we can do is we can put Juneteenth on the 20th, and then you will do the presentation for that?
Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Okay, we'll do the proclamation now, and then we'll have a presentation on June 20th. And looking forward to celebrating Juneteenth on June 19th, which is a Monday this year. And the local NAACP for Salem Keizer will be having a freedom celebration on the 19th, which many of us will be attending. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas June 19th, also known as Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, Jubilee Day, and Freedom Day, is the oldest African-American holiday observance in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, commemorates an important step toward the abolition of slavery and is the date on which Union General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order No. 3, requiring the immediate freedom of more than 250,000 enslaved African Americans in Texas. And whereas Juneteenth has now been recognized by the United States government, the state of Oregon, and the city of Keizer, and shall be commemorated on the 19th day of June each year as a tribute to those African Americans who fought so long for freedom and worked so hard to make the goal of equality a reality. And whereas the Declaration of Emancipation was a new start, not the end, of the fight for equal rights for all African Americans, all of whom have the right to live in peace and with no fear of violence, harassment, or injustice. And whereas Juneteenth inspires ongoing vigilance against slavery in all its forms, and whereas the city of Keizer is committed to justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion for all people, providing services to all with dignity and respect. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Clark, Mayor of the City of Keizer, together with the Keizer City Council assembled in regular session, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth, and urge all the people of Keizer to remember and learn from the lessons of the past and present so we can continue to strive for a just and equitable future. Juneteenth. Then please watch for social media and other connections that we will be sharing, and we encourage you all to share as well. Now, To conclude our special orders of business is to celebrate a very, very special person who has been serving with us on our Keizer City Council as the youth city councilor for this school year, and that is Angelica Sarmiento Avendano. And it is my pleasure now to read this proclamation. It is a pleasure and yet sad to see her go, but to celebrate an incredible year of service. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the office of Youth City Councilor is an act of volunteer service, and whereas each school year, one Youth City Councilor is recommended by the Volunteer Coordinating Committee and appointed by the Keizer City Council as a non-voting member of the council. And whereas the office of Youth City Councilor was created in order to engage youth voice in the work of the city of Keizer and to communicate the importance of local civic engagement, and civil, but it says civic, engagement to the youth of our community. And whereas the office of Youth City Council requires commitment and dedication to being present and involved while also maintaining a high level of academic and school activity performance. And whereas it is right to thank and honor those who have served in the office of Youth City Councilor, now therefore I, Kathy Clark, Mayor of the City of Keizer, together with the Keizer City Council in summoned their regular session, do hereby proclaim that Angelica Sarmiento Avendano has faithfully served the people of Keizer and did carry out the duties for which she was duly appointed, Youth City Councilor, September 2022 to June 2023, and further proclaim our sincere thanks and appreciation on behalf of the people of Keizer to Youth Councilor Angelica Sarmiento Avendano for her dedicated service. Angelica. Appreciation from all of us that we just really appreciate your work.
Sorry.
So I would like to give you the opportunity to share a few thoughts on your year of service, if you would. Thank you so much. And introduce family and friends you have here.
Today I didn't bring any family members with me, but I'd like to say that I am truly grateful for everything that I have learned on this council. I truly had barely any idea of how the city works, and sorry. I didn't know I was gonna speak. I'd like to say that I'm still going to continue my service in the city, and I will still be involved, and I will still try and make change as I believe I am doing, and I will continue to do as youth counselor, and now perhaps as planning committee liaison. Thank you so much for everything, and thank you for helping me grow.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes. I am so excited to hear that you'll be continuing with the Planning Commission as a youth liaison. So that does conclude our special orders of business this evening, and it's been truly a wonderful time for us together. We are now going to go to committee reports. We're going to start off with the Councilor Duran's appointment to the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. Councilor Duran.
Yes, I would like to appoint Stephanie Cross to the committee to take Marky Toombs' place that moved out of Keizer. So it's changing somebody that I really had wanted to be on the committee with Markey, and I believe he was doing good things, and now he's moving on to other things in different places. So I really want to thank him for the time he did spend on that, and I'm confident that Stephanie will take over and do a good job. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We're now going to go to take item 8A out of order, which is the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association Annual Report. And from Southeast Keizer, Ken Gerlach and company.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before you again. It's been a while, well overdue. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to report about the neighborhood association, except we're back. We're on the brink of not being a neighborhood association in the past year, and we have come back. We're enthused, we're engaged, we're making plans to move forward. Plan to have a big shindig on National Night Out. We're working on some traffic issues in the neighborhood. We're going to testify later about that. And that's about it. We're looking forward to have some extra money to try and make some headway in the neighborhood. It's been difficult to engage people directly, and I think this will help with flyers and mailers and upgraded media and those kind of things.
Okay,
That's about it.
and who's with you, please?
Oh, Don Davis, I'm sorry. He's our new board member, and he's been a great asset. He's now our secretary, kind of by default.
Definitely not my strong suit, that's for sure, when it comes to being a secretary, but I'm grateful that, it's so important. I've always felt strongly about committees, about being a part of the community and working with others and stuff like that. And sometimes it takes seeing something that just isn't right or to be able to get involved. And that was kind of my situation, where I just seen it. I'm at the corner of Alder and Brooks, and just a lot of things happened at that corner. And it was like, I can complain about it or I can do something about it. And I not made the mistake, but I went to a committee meeting, and it was like, if you want something done, keep coming, keep working at it and stuff like that. And so I've done that, and I'm grateful for Ken and all that he does, and for the community that I live in.
Questions? Councilor Husband?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming up today. Ken, it was long overdue. You were absolutely correct. Do you mind elaborating a little bit more, since we have you on the public record here, about how challenging it's been to get the word out on various affairs throughout Southeast Keizer generally? Any other observations that you see in terms of trying to engage the community?
Well, 10, 15 years ago, we had a lot of issues. We didn't have the school, the street didn't go through, and urban renewal, Glen Pry Way, those were all projects that we got involved in. That was easy to involve the community because we had things happening, bulldozers going down the street. We're pretty much built out, and there just isn't the issues to get people as involved as they used to be. So we've got to find a new way to engage folks and find what their interests are and try and engage them that way. And we just haven't found the mechanism yet, but we didn't have the funds to really prod and mailers and things like that. So we're pretty much knocking on doors and getting blank stares and, no soliciting. And so it's been a challenge. It's a different world than my last time around. It's a different challenge.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick. Ken, how long have you been doing neighborhood stuff like this?
I think I quit counting at about 15, 16 years, something like that.
I guess part of the reason for that question is to help people understand that it takes persistence sometimes to get things done, and appreciate all the years that you've dedicated and the persistence you've put in.
Well, I'm afraid to retire because the last time I did, the neighbor association went away, so I just keep at it. And I guess until I go out feet first, I'll keep at it.
Hopefully it won't come to that.
Well, it'll always come to that, but
Well,
I hope not soon. I don't see another way out of it.
In the meantime, I know that there's a good network of neighborhood associations to work together to help reimagine neighborhood associations and make them more inclusive and take on the character of each of the different neighborhoods. It's one size fits one. As you know, and Southeast Keizer has a unique culture, neighborhood feel, and a lot of creative people willing to pitch in.
It's been great, and the city manager's been a great help. Several of the counselors have been engaging, so, I mean, we're getting help along the way. We're not doing it all on our own. I don't want to say that we're out on a limb and doing it all on our own. We're getting help along the way, and it's appreciated.
Well, we look forward to hearing from you frequently in this upcoming year, you and many other people from the Southeast Keizer neighborhood area.
I hope we have more.
Okay. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor,
Chief?
may I make a statement?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Ken sells himself short. We've been working together since 1993, so it's been 30 years. And many of the good things that have happened in the Southeast Keizer neighborhood are the result of Ken's involvement. So good for you, Ken.
Thank you, John.
Thank you
Kind
for
words.
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the next 30. And I believe at this point, we need to accept the report. Let me go to 8.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I've got to go click on
All right, you ready?
that, Council President Starr.
I move the City Council accept the report of the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association and extend recognition to the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association for an additional year.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council will accept the report of the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association and extend recognition to the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association for an additional year. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. So let's go to the other direction from southeast to northwest and the Northwest Neighborhood Association Annual Report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Keizer City Councilors. We are the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association.
Gonna dance?
This is great. Okay.
I'm Hersh Sangster, the current chair.
Jonathan Thompson, Vice Chair.
Tammy Saldivar, Secretary. It's not, sorry. Krista Medrano, Member at Large.
Arlene Parsons, Board Member.
Griffin Walker, Technical Advisor and News Board Member.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
I'm gonna go sit down.
Yeah, you can sit. Thank you, thank you. The Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association development began in March of 2022 with just the first 3 board members to get things started. With the completion of our bylaws, and I got to give a plug for Southeast Keizer because Ken helped me with the bylaws, and the boundaries and other necessary paperwork, was approved as a neighborhood association by the Keizer City Council in May of 2022. We established our general meeting as the 3rd Wednesday of each month at City Hall. We got our allocation of some monies and we used it really all for mailings within our boundary. We created signs to announce our meeting date. We used social media and the media to announce our meetings and agendas. We did personal contacts with the schools, businesses within our boundary. Our first general meeting was May 18th, 2022, better known as Volcano Day. Some of you older people would remember that. The board established that at each meeting, we should try to have a guest speaker. We've had Anne Marie Strom from the Keizer Fire Department, Andrew Copeland from the Keizer Police Department, Bill Lawyer was there, Shane Witham and Ben were there. We had the principals from both our schools within our boundaries, both McNary and Keizer. And we've tended to talk with how we can work with each other. Samoka House was there and talked about their program and how we could work and help them with their needs. We've had dialogues on traffic issues, graffiti. That was a long meeting with Ben. The Keizer Food Bank talked with us about their needs. Fact is, the vice chair is within our neighborhood association. We talked about the city budget, issues to the swales that we have in our neighborhoods, and Bill talked a lot with us about those and how we can work with them. The neighborhood association worked with the other neighborhood associations to host 2 candidate forums this year and a state of the city presentation for our community. We took the lead this year with the other neighborhood association to prepare and submit our needs for the city budget process, which was very successful, we hope, this year.
That's item 8.
Yeah.
7D.
Yeah. For the future, our efforts will be to increase the number of neighbors participating in the neighborhood. And we have somebody that will be helping us with web designing and a new board member. So that should help. But we've asked for a little more money than we've gotten in the past there in the neighborhood. And that should be our focus, is to get more outreach to more in our boundary area. Long-term, we want to work with the city to develop a park in our neighborhood. We're the only neighborhood that has no park. So that's one of our long-term goals. So that's what we're going to be working on.
All right. Any
No.
questions? Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Questions for the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association? All right. Well, thank you very much for all of the work and the collaboration between all the neighbor associations. Really appreciate the leadership from around our community and for helping I think you are the newest by a little bit, I think.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. The baby in the bunch. So thank you very much for your work. And Council President Starr?
I move the City Council accept the report of the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association and extend recognition to the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association for an additional year.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council accept the report of the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association and extend recognition to the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association for another year. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Yes.
Although it's not a neighborhood association, Bike Skills, June 10th, out here in front. Yes.
Yep. Be there and have a great deal of fun. From 1 to 3, June 10th, right here in the City Hall parking lot for bike sales, inspections, bike safety information, helmet fitting, and demonstrations by Keizer Police Traffic Safety Unit and Community Response Unit. Open to all. Let's come on down.
Hirsch, thanks for keeping us forewarned and forearmed with the cavalry you brought today, too.
Oh, with the board. Okay. Committee reports. So I have several people who are giving committee reports this evening. We're going to start with the Arts Commission report. Beth Melody. Good to see you. And next up will be David Dempster for Traffic Safety Bike Ped.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm here to tell you what we've been up to for the last couple months as a Keizer Public Arts Commission. We approved a new art display out here in the gallery for 2 months. We actually have that gallery booked up through almost the end of the year. We've got through November, and then December and January usually is the quilt group, so I'm sure we'll have them booked for that time of year as well. We have renewed a couple contracts with some of the artists that we have, that some of the sculptures throughout the city, and we renewed their contracts for 2 more years. One is Entwined. That one is in front of Copper Creek Mercantile. The flag used to be there. We moved the flag and we put Entwined there. And then the other ones is Precious Moments, and that's the big diamond in front of, well, Sonic, where Sonic used to be. And
At least diamonds
then,
are forever.
what's that?
At least the diamonds are forever.
I know, right?
Sorry.
My next thing on my list, I'm going to save that for the last. That's the grand finale. We've purchased a few pieces of art from a local artist that have been displayed in the lobby area. 2 of them are up, I saw. There are 4 others that I don't see up yet. So either we haven't got them yet from the artist to hang those, but it'll just, add a little, some of them are a little more whimsical, so it'll add a little fun to the lobby area. And then we're discussing doing some artwork on the utility boxes that are on the corners of some of the streets. It's the big metal boxes, and I think that they run like the signals or something. Does anybody know the big, yeah, okay. We're looking into maybe having some McNary students do some artwork on those. Painting and or maybe having their art turned into some kind of a vinyl wrap to put on those and just kind of spruce up the corners a little bit. And then now the grand finale. And this was a big discussion topic for quite a while. Rosalie's cows. They're almost done. We are targeted to install those hopefully before the 40th birthday celebration, June 16th. They are the 4 metal whimsical cows that are going to be displayed within the roundabout. The 4 cement pads have been placed and they're curing at the moment, and then they will be placed on those cement pads. And so we're hoping they'll be up by then. If they're not up by then, we were hoping that we would create some kind of a little display or storyboard to have here during the 40th birthday celebrations to let people know about them. But yeah, we're kind of excited about it. So
Thank you very much.
that's all I have.
Councilor Reed.
Hi.
So just a little bit of a clarification. We are going to have a dedication ceremony here, here in the lobby as part of the programming for the 40th anniversary celebration, and a mock-up cow.
We are going to get that for sure. Okay,
So,
good.
yeah.
Yes. We're gonna...
So we will have a sample
Yay.
cow as part of that. So that is part of the programming for that day on the 17th. So.
Because we don't really want to invite everybody to go out to the roundabout and look at the cows.
Yeah, that was sort of problematic from a traffic perspective.
Yeah.
So yes.
So
That's not a pedestrian thing.
no,
in the
but it'll be
middle
fun to look at when you're driving through. Eyes on the road, of course.
Yes, drive on the road,
But there's lots of roundabout art in a lot of cities. Bend, Sisters.
And just to be clear, the plaque that we're considering putting up will be going in Claggett Creek Park. To explain the cows and so forth. So again, so as not to cause accidents. So, yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
Any questions?
And then for the art that we're talking about, possibly partnering with students from McNary High School. So are you all starting conversations with some of the teachers on doing some outreach to solicit art?
Laura was going to reach out to the art teachers at McNary. We're still in the process with help with Adam, getting, talking to the right people who own those boxes and getting approval and whatnot. It's something we've actually been discussing for
A long time.
years. I've been on Art Commission for 9 years now, and I feel like we've always talked about it. It just wasn't priority at the time, but it's kind of moving up our priority list. And so, yeah, we're still kind of working out details, but it's something to look forward to in the future.
Okay.
And just so it happens, the art teacher and they've been actually working with the auto shop teacher in doing this kind of artwork with the vinyl wraps. And so they've already sort of have that infrastructure in place, and it's slated to be a project for next year. So we've already started those talks, but nobody's doing anything right now because it's June.
That's true. It's graduation things happening for a lot of students.
We are not starting anything new.
Good to know. And the students are happy for that as well. Well, thank you so much. Any other questions on the Art Association report or commission? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
David Dempster for Traffic Safety Bike Ped, and then after that will be Jacqueline Green for Fun Friday for the Kennedy neighborhood.
Thank you. I love the title of it should be, I think it's supposed to be traffic, bicycle, pedestrian safety, not just traffic safety and the heck with the bicycles and pedestrians, but it's okay. It's the longest title of any group. Anyway, every month we meet. In the last 3 or 4 months, we've had an increase in the number of people coming forward to express concerns about either walking, biking, wheelchairs, safety ramps, and most of the time it's speeding. And speeding is a perception of usually by people who are not in the car. So you always have to take that in mind. People come up, usually start out the conversation with a solution, and then we find out what the problem was and then discuss it from then on. So very often somebody comes, we need a traffic signal. We need a stop sign, we need speed limit changes, something. And then we go from there. The most common issue is speeding. And I hope you're aware that the complaints aren't as broad as you'd think. Most of our complaints the last few months have been Verda, from Lock Haven to the traffic circle itself, which you would expect, and tremendous amount of concern between Verda and Dearborn with the new construction. In fact, we spent lots of time in the last 2 meetings regarding that because we can't quite understand what's going on. It's maybe one of the most dangerous places for kids, especially in Keizer. River Road's always brought up. Brooks and Alder, the intersection there, we've made some recommendations. I think of a flashing pedestrian signal there. Windsor Island Road at Lock Haven, that's come up before. There's been some accidents down there. The speed limit's 45, I think, up until almost Lock Haven. And the visibility is horrible at that intersection. Keizer Road that goes off Verda back up. That's really a forecasted problem. It's really not, the problem now is there's no sidewalks. The sidewalks we have are pretty cluttered, lots of gravel on the road, heavily trafficked from the apartment buildings down to Verda or going to Safeway or something. Very difficult because I was talking to a lady with her stroller who has to walk down the street to get to a crosswalk near the traffic circle. And I don't know if you people do it. I know I've started paying attention to what I was doing. Everybody slows down pretty good. The 25 is probably working great going into the traffic circle. But as you go halfway or whichever you're going to take off, just as you can see your exit, many people accelerate right into the crosswalk. There's 4 crosswalks. They're right after you leave the circle. I don't know if you've seen them, but the complaint now is that people are coming out of that traffic circle, accelerating right into the crosswalk. And if somebody's in it, they don't see them because they've been in the traffic circle looking at cars. And that's just going to increase with the apartments we're putting in, and the increase in traffic because of the traffic circle. So that's just an issue that's come up, we've discussed several times. We've considered flashing pedestrian signals. We're looking at one at Brooks and Alder. I believe one is going here at the Civic Center out here. We've recommended one, let's see, I believe there's one being surveyed and getting read for at the north entrance to McNary High School, which is a dangerous area. And if we increase with the baseball thing that's going on, we'll expect Keizer Road, I don't know what they plan for, but there are no sidewalks on that, heavily trafficked, and really no place for kids to walk from the city, south end to the baseball diamond without walking in the street. And when the parents are there, both sides, or at least one side of the street is packed with cars, forces the kids right out into the middle of the street to walk. And you're going to increase the traffic. So it's something to think about. On our normal agenda, we're revising the neighborhood traffic management plan. We're looking at it, trying to make it simpler for the people in the neighborhood like a neighborhood association, to get together and come up with a recommendation or some problems, survey their neighbors, and change the traffic plan. We know that the governor's changed the ability of the city to change the speed limits. That got a lot of people excited. My just offhand opinion I would suspect you have around a third of the people in Keizer would like you to reduce pretty much everything to 25. 20 in some places. That comes up constantly. I know it's not realistic on River Road, and maybe Wheatland, and maybe parts of Verda, but you're going to end up with people coming in and asking that change. I would not be surprised about that. We'd also do safe routes to school, we talk about it, discuss it, do something with it, safe routes to parks. And now one of our common agenda items is the new long-range traffic plans for Keizer, Salem, working with SCATS and ODOT and trying to figure out who's doing what where. We have a traffic plan, and the question is whether or not we're just scrapping the whole thing and starting over from new, or are we going to hold on to the things that still need to be done on the old plan? So we can't, some of us don't believe you throw out everything to begin with. That's pretty much. We do a lot of bicycle safety and pedestrian safety. Anytime somebody's doing something, we'll show up with a booth or table and 50 bicycle helmets to put on kids, not just kids. Any of you who don't have the right helmet may come in and we will get you with a helmet also. Adults, or we carry those sizes also. And we try and, Hirsch and I were trying to figure out how many thousand helmets the city of Keizer has given away in the last, I've been doing it for 20 years, or 18 years. So we'll do that June 10th at the bike fair. We'll do it again at the fire department's public works, not public works, the fire department's open house, probably in September. We have 2 or 3 other events coming up, which we will be there. Lots of information. We also go to the schools. We go to neighborhood associations. We've been to apartment complexes, trailer parks, whatever. Somebody calls and wants some information, some help, and get their kids on with helmets.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's traffic safety for a reason. We have to have those 2 words together in the title.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes. Just saying.
Can we
I
put
know, I help.
bicycle safety?
Well, everybody's
I
safe.
know.
But anyway. Any questions for Mr. Dempster, Councilor Houseman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And David, always appreciate you bringing the diversity of thought and perspective, especially with regard to the traffic safety portion of the TSBP name to everything. And thank you again for the rundown. Mr. Wood, I'm completely putting you on the spot here. I'll just preface this right now. Pursuant to the neighborhood traffic plan, which I gather is, it's not a new document, but it's a bit new to some people in terms of how it may be received through the city. Do you have anything as far as what the TSBP committee can and should do as far as developing that, shaping that, and incorporating that into the broader pile of transportation-related documents that we have in the city?
That's a good question.
That's a real good question.
I try to bring them, Mr. Wood.
I hear you. I really don't have an answer for you. I'm not intimately involved in that process at all. So we're probably better off hearing from, say, like Bill Lawyer when he is back as far as future plans. I do know, having taken a peek at it, it is somewhat complex and probably more complex than what we really would need for our city. So I think anything that we can do to simplify would be good.
That's what we're working on. It's a city city policy, I guess that's what you call it. And the old one was created right after the city was created, so.
Because we have discussed this at least piecemeal as far as the existence of the document and everything. I guess I just wanted to take this time and say, okay, is there a concrete next step that we can recommend for the committee to act on to essentially help everybody out in this regard? And Madam Mayor, I
Counselor,
value your input. Yes.
not to interrupt you, let me tell you where we think we are. We've taken the plan and group edited it and tried to reduce it and keep it simple and yet keep the intent, which is to allow the people of Keizer to make suggestions to the city council for improvements in traffic management. We're in that process, but our position is when we'll make a recommendation and then give it to the city council. That's what we see as our end of it at this point in time. We're not in any decision-making position, but you do have ODOT and SCATS and more, other than me, almost all of them are qualified to be on traffic safety.
And thank you for checking me on that, seriously,
Yeah.
because I want this to be as frictionless as possible, given the sheer volume.
And there are some people who are experts in it.
We're not experts. Hi, Dave. Sorry to just jump up here and steal your spotlight a minute, but I've been spearheading the updates, so I just had a question for the council, if I could ask it.
And if you just, for the people who are watching, say again who you are.
Oh, Tammy Saldivar. I'm one of the council.
Traffic safety people.
Yes, traffic safety people. So during our update process, we've asked for feedback, and we're still working through what's right to do here. And we've kind of hit a roadblock at this point, no pun intended, that a big part of the process states that either an individual who brings this up to our attention or the neighborhood association who brings it to our attention has to do outreach on their own and go door to door and get positive feedback in support of what they are looking to have done. And a lot of folks are not comfortable doing that for various reasons, which I totally respect and agree with. With that said, is there any alternatives to having to go door to door? And I'm working with Public Works on ideas, but so far we haven't found a solution. So at some point,
So at that point, we will have a conversation using the template we have through the Salem-Keizer Area Transportation Studies, SCATS. We have a very comprehensive public outreach as required under federal law, and we can incorporate some of that. That document is available, and if someone will ping me or remind me to get that from the Council of Governments, Lori, I can't believe I just blanked on her last name. The administrative staff there can help get that document. I think that you will find it extremely helpful. Kim Sapinar has been leading that effort to update our public participation plan, the PPP, for reaching out for all of the transportation studies, outreach, communications. Tammy Coons is on the traffic safety planning group. So we're looking at that as comprehensively for this area. So that would be a great resource for you.
I will look at that
All right.
intently. Thank you.
Bet. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you and the council's willingness to hear me out as we try to get into this. David, thank you so much for your time on this. Appreciate the update. And thank you again further for mentioning what you did off the top. You're absolutely right. People are coming to you with a lot of good solutions
You heard some of them, yeah.
in search of a problem.
All right. Thank you very much, David. Appreciate that and appreciate the committee's work. Well, let's wrap up committee reports before we get into public comment. And this is Jacqueline Green talking about the Kennedy Neighborhood Family Council and Friday Fun events.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Green, and I reside in Keizer. Okay, we're having a third and fourth Kennedy. We're having Kennedy Neighborhood Family Council. We will do these two fun events on Fridays, both one in July and the other in August. The dates are as follows for right now: July 28th and August 4th. Place of the event will be held at 5305 River Road, North Keizer, which is Keizer St. Edward's Catholic Church. We are seeking support from the community and hoping we'll be able to count on the CDE committee to help serve and spend time talking to folks and learning about the needs in this part of the community. We're also looking for other committees to help us support the community in this.
Okay. So do you have a list of information about the events and needs that you'll be able to get to Ms. Davis, who can get that out to us in writing what you're looking for?
Yes, we can.
That would be great. That would
Thank
help us
you.
out. Thank you so much, and thank you for organizing that. All right, that concludes committee reports. Right now, we're going to go to public comment. This time is provided for citizens to address the council on any matters other than those on this agenda scheduled for public hearing. We have 5 items for public hearings this evening, so if you're here for one of those, stand by. And before we go into our public comment period, we will first acknowledge the public written comments for the record. Letter from Ross Day, resident of Keizer. Topic: proposed ordinance regulating dogs at large. And I believe that's referring to item 7E. And I need to acknowledge that under the public hearing record, actually. Then Tammy Coons, the president of the Greater Northeast Keizer Neighbors Association, the letter of support for the Lava Dome. And also from Tammy Coons, resident of Keizer, report on the outreach and asking questions to see how we as a CDE group can impact my community. So those are all acknowledged for the record. And the Lava Dome one, that is not a public hearing, so we will enter that generally in the record. So let me pull that one from Mr. Day so that can be included in the hearing. Okay. So that is the written comment for public comment. A reminder for people who have not participated in the past. We have a lot of folks, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear. You'll be asked to state your name and your city of residence for the record. You have 5 minutes. It's our turn to talk. It is your turn to talk, ours to listen. Gotta make that clear. You are responsible for the content of your comments, even if reading something written by somebody else. Council may ask clarifying questions, and the mayor will refer to staff for readily available information or refer for follow-up. Please direct your comments to me. And comments impugning the character or motivation of city council members, staff, or community members are out of order and are not permitted. And distractions do take away from a speaker, so the audience and council members are asked to help councilors focus on the speaker by being respectfully quiet. So that's how we would like to engage. And the first one I have up is Susan Lilac to talk about the proclamation for Pride Month. Is Ms. Lilac not here? Okay. Next up will be John Meisner to talk about special events. Come on down. And
I really don't know what is happening.
Sir, if you could start with your name.
Oh,
and
my
your
name
city
is
of
John
residence.
Meisner.
And your city of residence.
Pardon?
And city of residence. Just that you live in Keizer.
Oh, I'm from Keizer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Please.
I just heard last night that there's consideration of putting the end of Meadowlark and what's the other street that hooks into it in the loop? What is it?
Mistwood?
Mistwood, yeah, Mistwood, back into the Christmas lights thing. And I thought that was kind of taken care of last year, basically because people didn't want it. And so if that is an issue, is it an issue? Is it something that's being considered?
I can't answer that question because the city does not do the event. So I think the question is going to be, whoever organizes the event this year, the route has to be approved through a special event permit, and people have to be contacted. And we are going to be talking about that method, how to do that to include everybody, and that's on the agenda for tonight. Setting the route for the Miracle of Christmas is not on the agenda tonight. We're not talking about that.
Oh, okay, well,
We're talking about how to make sure people are involved in the conversation and make
Okay.
sure people are involved. So that's what we're talking
So
about tonight.
it won't be the night before it goes into effect that we find out that, well, no, I take that back. It was the weekend before it started this last year that we were informed that our street was going to be included in that. So is that part of what we're going to know then?
The plan that we are addressing tonight under 8,
Well, I'm way ahead of the game then, so
You're a
I
little
guess
bit.
it
Under
would be
8B.
better for you to discuss it and then me to discuss what you discuss.
so if you can hang around that long, I know we have a very full agenda this evening. You can also watch on television to hear the conversation. And then this will be an ongoing conversation because it's important that in planning events that impact a neighborhood, either for long periods of time or a large area, that people be involved in that decision-making. So
Oh, okay.
that is what we're going to be talking tonight about, that methodology, how to do that
Okay,
going
well,
forward.
I guess I'm in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Well, you're in the right place.
Okay.
Where maybe we are asking the same good question to make sure that you're concerned too, that you be asked. And I think
Yeah.
that's very respectful for us to make sure you are included and asked.
Yeah, well, I just don't want it to come down to, it's already started and then we come to you and you kind of change the plan. So I think it would be better to start out that we know about it at least before.
I think that would be fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, okay. And Robert, please pronounce your last name, Dickel? Dictel, okay, thank you. Keizer Rapids Concern. And on deck is Mr. Zeitz. And again, just state your name and city of residence so it's on the record.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Clark and city councilors. My name is Robert Dichtel. I've been a resident of Keizer since before Keizer existed, slightly. But I've recently learned that there will be no city-sponsored concert series at Keizer Rapids Park this summer, and I'm deeply disappointed in that. I want to express that. I think they've been, in the past, great concerts, a beautiful location, accessible to all at no cost, and I'm already missing them. And we're not even officially to summer yet. So I just want to urge you all to resurrect the series as soon as possible. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And for those who would like to know what concerts are on tap, there's a July 14th and August 26th. Yeah, it's the last Saturday in August for JFK. So there are some on tap. And watch for continued improvements down at Keizer Rapids Park at the amphitheater as well. But we all love the music, don't we?
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Zeitz, come on down, and then on tap will be, on deck, good grief, will be Tammy Coons talk about crossing devices.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilor, City staff. I am here to announce the Keizer Times photo scavenger hunt in association with the city's 40th birthday celebration on June 16th and 17th. So effective tomorrow on our website and also on our Facebook page will be the list of items in Keizer to take a photo of and submit. And they're throughout Keizer. And there'll be one winner who takes pictures of all the items on the scavenger hunt list, and they will win a basket stuffed with gifts and goodies. And the deadline for that is the Friday, June 16th, to have all the photos. And on the Facebook page and on our website, there will be the site to email those photos to. So everybody is welcome to do this. And this will prove how well people know Keizer or how well they think they know Keizer. There are 17 items, and again, stretching throughout the entire city limits. So may the best man, may the best camera win.
A photographic device. And to get the list, they go to?
It'll be on our Facebook page tomorrow, Facebook Keizer Times, facebook.com Keizer Times, and there'll be a list of the items to take photos of and some of the rules. And they're not very arduous rules at all. Just need to be in on time, and any kind of photo, any kind of camera is fine, needs to be emailed. And the winner will be decided by the Keizer Times at its own discretion.
All right.
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is collaboration allowed, or is this all individual efforts? I mean, could a family do it, or?
If it's one name, sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That stuffed basket then will be shared.
Oh, it's a lovely basket.
It's
Okay.
it's a lovely basket.
Incentive there.
Thank you.
Councilor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to acknowledge and say thank you for all the extra work that you and some of your staff are doing on the birthday party. So it's shaping up to be something that's going to be a lot of fun. I appreciate your assistance and your input and all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, Councilor Hussman.
Sorry, Mr. Zides, quick question. How are you announcing the winner, and is there going to be information, the list of things in the paper on Friday as well?
Yes, and yes. We hope to announce the winner on Saturday, the 17th. So we'll find a time in there where we can announce the winner. The winner does not have to be present to win. So.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Next up, we have Tammy Coons talk about crossing devices. And then we have Dennis Spencer, good to see you, to talk about handicap parking.
Hello, everybody. Tammy Coons from Keizer. Okay, I know that y'all touched on the traffic devices earlier, but I also had Tracy send this to you, so you should have a copy. Not gonna read it all. Jackie and I have done some door-to-door work again. We've talked to about 45 people, and it seems like we have come up with a place for a flashing beacon. to be put, or a calming device. Well, I don't know if we can do 2 calming devices. That is that committee's group back there. But we're looking at May, and we're looking at Dixon Street. Both are in between Dearborn and Shamawa, and both are going to be directly in front of the apartment complex, to kind of get kids across the street in a safe manner. That's some of what I have. I also included information from Carol Doffler, who shared information at the traffic committee meeting, as well as a few other folks. I know that we are working hard to get Southeast Keizer's done on Alder and Brooks. And it's really just a matter of getting sidewalks and a safe bike lane. And in that aspect, Mike de Blasi shared that night of the meeting about working with buffer stripping on intersections to create a bike lane. Jackie and I have talked to several of the neighbors who are teaching their kids to ride bikes or just starting to ride bikes. And so far, that's only 45 families, but we'll get more on board. And it'll also help with our walkable friendly community that we're in the middle of working on.
So we can't find what you sent, so would you be able to leave a copy with Ms. Davis and she can email that to it and get us into the record?
Yep.
Okay, that would be great. And then that will also be posted on our website with the post-meeting information that we get out to everybody. All right.
Perfect.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if we seemed a little distracted. We were looking at it, looking for it, because it was like, we have this that you provided for us and it's not in there.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So next up is Mr. Spencer, and next up on deck will be Emerson Corella. And then batting cleanup will be Ken Girla.
Oh, boy. Okay. I haven't been here since the new place been built. Usually Shane or Bill or Megan takes care of the problems I got. But this one has been bugging me really bad. My name is Dennis Spencer.
I was going to say.
I'm a resident of Keizer for
Thank you.
35 years. I've been giving them a hard time for 35 years, or ever since. Oh, you few days, you. But my problem is with the handicap parking. I have never seen in the Keizer time where they have rolled a ticket for handicap. I have never seen an officer give a ticket for handicap in 35 years. I don't know if they got a problem or what it is. You don't think it's important. But you know, when you become disabled, I've had a stroke. And I'll tell you, it helps. And I seen the other day at Walmart, what got me, there was a pickup parked in there, and he had a dark blue sticker, which is standard parking for handicap, which a lot of you guys don't even know. The light blue is for wheelchairs, and the orange-red one is temporary, part-time. So they came out with the new stickers now for wheelchair. You're supposed to have that blue one, the light blue. This guy was card with 3 years expired and in the wrong color. And I go to Safeway, buy the worse. Grandma's sitting in the car, grandson runs in, no, it ain't supposed to be that way. That's for grandma to go in. That ain't for granddaughter or grandson to go in, or the friend. And I see that a lot at Safeway. You know, I don't, over the years, this is the first time I've complained something that would help me. Shane knows it's other things, other people. But, you know, I'm getting a little tired of it. I can go to Safeway at any time and at least we'll look at 3 that shouldn't be there and should have tickets. I can go to Keizer Medical, and I guarantee I can get 2 or 3 there. And then Lowe's, of course, Home Depot. I mean, I know our officers are short in time. But, you know, hey, take 5 minutes, drive through a parking lot, look at them. And one officer, I went into the police department a month or so ago, before the stroke, and I asked the officer to come out and talk to me. And I ain't saying how many years she said she worked there. Oh, I gave something away. But she said she never wrote one. Then I went and talked to another officer. He never wrote one. I've never wrote a handicap ticket. I mean, come on, where are we? I mean, I see them all the time. And well, one of them said, well, you see it, call in. Well, shit, by the time you call in, the cop gets there, they're gone. I mean, it's just something that's really aggravating me lately. Because my wife is disabled now. I'm disabled. And our daughter's doing shopping for her and different things. But, something's got to be. Salem write tickets all the time. I know Alpha Bennett and other people over there. And I know they write tickets. But Keizer, I'd like to know. Does he know of any tickets that have ever been written in Keizer for handicap? It's never been in the newspaper. I know for 35 years I looked at the paper. We're people too. And we need help now and then, and I don't ask for no more. I mean, it's just hard. I'm sorry. It really affects me. But, when you can't find a parking spot, you can't get in to get someone, the little distance make a difference. Like a Safeway, the little distance, I take a walk around, then I get the cart, then I got to take the cart back. Before, I had my wife go get the cart. But now, since she's disabled too, had lung cancer, it's just, and I got it too. I got a lot of health problems. But I just would like something to be done. That's all I ask.
Thank you. Chief, would you please comment?
Duly noted.
Okay. Instructions will be passed on.
Thank you.
Your needs are important, and the people of all ages in our community are important. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We appreciate it. And we want to show respect as a community to people who have needs for mobility.
Thank you very much.
It was good to see you. All right.
Thank you.
Emerson Corella, and then the final one I have signed up for tonight is Ken Gerloff.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Keizer City Council. For the record, my name is Emerson Corella, and I'm a resident of Keizer for as long as I've been alive. I'm a high school student in Keizer and was previously nominated for the Volunteer Coordinating Committee by Councilor Hussman. I serve in State Senator James Manning's office as a legislative intern and the youngest legislative intern in all of the Oregon Senate, as well as House. I serve on the board of United Way as its youngest and only student board member. I also serve as a representative and builder of trauma intervention programs of Marion County. I come to you today to bring to light a crisis that is going unaddressed in the hopes of swaying your view on youth representation in government. Recently, as we all know well, the Keizer City Council passed an ordinance which bans anyone under the age of 18 from being a voting member of the city of Keizer. I'm here to oppose that ruling and to continue my work in addressing one of the most pressing issues in youth face today, teen suicide. I must preface the discussion with an explanation so you understand who I am, what I do, and why I do it. Last year, I was accepted into the FBI Teen Academy, and from that, I tasked myself with tackling what I deemed the most pressing issue teenagers are facing this day. I deemed that issue to be suicide and emotional health. I did so by grabbing onto a nonprofit organization called Trauma Intervention Programs. There was only one issue with that, however. This didn't exist in Marion County, even though it's been successfully employed in Ridgefield, Portland, Eugene, and 300 other cities for more than 50 years. Instead of simply accepting that it was not in Marion County, I took it upon my 16-year-old self to build it. Motivated by my desire to combat the suicide rate, I have been working to get this program instituted ever since. The question thus arises, why is a 16-year-old even interested in such a pressing matter? The answer to that is no one else seems to view suicide from the lens that teenagers and youth view it from. More often than not, it is overlooked or left untouched because it is such a daunting reality. I'm interested in this work because I know that death by suicide is not just another form of death that teenagers are facing. It is the leading cause of death in youth, and 80% of that death is focused on a forgotten about community. That community is young males between the age of 8 and 34. I'm interested in working on the Keizer City Council because I want to break the trend of not talking about suicide in our forgotten about communities. Just like I broke the trend of you are too young to work in this program or you are too young to work in the state senate, I seek to work on the Keizer City Council to bridge the gap between emotional health and the community, to acknowledge that everyone struggles with emotional health and it is okay to do so. I'm a 17-year-old male I'm 180 pounds and a varsity athlete. When someone thinks of emotional health, their mind doesn't jump to me and someone of my build and stature. What message do you think it would send the teenagers of our community if you were to appoint a fellow teenager to combat this crisis instead of simply insinuating that we are too young to work towards this goal? It is essential we combat this crisis, and I have based my entire work this past year on that issue alone. If we do not, the suicide rate will continue to increase. The programs already in place are helpful and wonderful for some people, but statistically not enough. In 2021, Oregon had 889 deaths by suicide. The CDC states that every single one of those deaths were avoidable. Oregon has averaged 742 deaths by suicide a year ever since 2011, with that rate only increasing. In addition, it is estimated that 25.5% of adults between the ages of 8 and 24 report actively contemplating suicide. 18.8% of high schoolers have strongly considered suicide. These statistics in reality are even worse than portrayed because we are told time and time again we are too young to be contemplating such things. So youth often just internalize it instead. It is time to try a new method to combat it instead of simply returning back to what has already been proven ineffective. I've received training with trauma intervention programs. I've trained with the crisis management team. I've been trained by the FBI. I have volunteered with different communities in Salem for refugees. I work in the Capitol and have helped pass the Healthcare for All Act and many other bills that will further quality of life in Oregon. If any other person above the age of 18 had accomplished what I have accomplished, there would be no doubt to accept him onto the volunteer coordinating committee and allow him to pursue this goal of combating the suicide rate. Do not let age be the sole basis of your decision in ignoring the demand for representation for our youth and representation of our crisis. In the words of the good Senator Manning on the Senate floor, casting a vote to block all young people to block one young person from addressing these issues is simply bad policy. It is time we stop basing our decisions upon the age of an appointee. Instead, we based upon the quality of an appointee, what that person can give to the city of Keizer, and what that person can give to our youth. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I did read the article in the paper, and as a result, I know that we here and at the city of Keizer, we are not a care provider or a service provider. As such, on June 20th, I have invited Dr. Satya Chandragiri, who is a clinical psychiatrist. He's also on the school board and an expert in this matter, to come and address council on what we as community members can do to address the significant needs of people in our community who are young people, especially those who are in emotional crisis. So that will happen on June 20th as part of our council proceedings. We want to make sure we give light and discussion to this extraordinarily important, it's not just an issue. Every single one of us in this room, every one of us in this room have been touched by suicide. And it's a very difficult, painful, and important thing for us to discuss and to support one another through, and also and part of the prevention. So that will be happening. On the second issue, I will remind folks who are watching, there was a reference to an ordinance that was passed. There was no ordinance passed. We passed a resolution that changed our council rules, and that was not an ordinance. We do have youth representation on every single committee and commission, and I would encourage every single student between the ages of 15 and 18 to apply to be youth liaisons. You saw tonight that we honored Angelica Sarmiento for her service this past year. We have a youth counselor coming on for next year, but we don't have just the youth counselor. We have youth representation on planning, parks. We would invite budget. We still have no takers on that. I would encourage youth who would like to be involved with budget to please do so. We have room for a liaison there. We've never been asked for a youth liaison to the Volunteer Coordinating Committee, and every single committee and commission can have a youth liaison. And I would invite every single young person who's listening to apply for the upcoming school year, because we want to engage with that youth voice. So I just want to open that invitation.
If I may follow up, Madam Mayor?
Follow up?
On those different committees, those all youth appointees are considered to be non-voting members, and if I'm correct in understanding what's in place right now, anyone under the age of 18 cannot be a voting member. Is that correct?
Not entirely. So we have one committee where we made a conscious decision to have a voting member, and you heard her tonight, and that is Nevea Music. The youth member of the Community Diversity Engagement Committee is a voting member of that committee. All others have always been liaisons. Similar, we have council liaisons to many of those same committees and commissions who are not voting members. They are there as to communicate and to participate in the conversations. And then those committees make recommendation to council. That way we add more and more voices to the information we receive. And you just heard a large number of reports from committees. Every single person who spoke was speaking from a committee or commission that is working together to bring recommendations to us as a council, and then we can take them under advisement and move them forward as we are able to, working with staff and the community. Does that help?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
And thank you for your work for bringing to light a very, very important and critical issue facing so many of our young people today. And we all have been impacted, and we want to be part of the solution as you are so diligently pursuing every single day. And I'm grateful that you are. Please continue to do so. Thank you. And please come back on the 20th to hear Dr. Chandragiri. All right. Absolutely. Well done. Mr. Gearloff, would you like to back clean up here for us tonight? And then we will take a, I think we'll probably take a 5-minute break at that point.
Ken Gerloff, still in Keizer.
Yes.
We've been working for months with the Traffic Safety Committee with the crosswalk on Alder and Brooks, an issue with speeding, safety. Used to be a guarded crosswalk from the school. After COVID, the guard went away. The problems didn't. So we've been working, and we finally got a recommendation this last month from the Traffic Safety for a pedestrian activated beacon for crossing the street there. So I bring to you that issue, and hopefully we'll get some funding to get it put in sometime before next school year for the safety of the kids. And me, I'm a little slow getting across, and they're pretty quick getting down the street. Also, I would like to bring up the,
Okay, press pause. So that is a recommendation from Traffic Safety Bike Ped for a flashing beacon at where?
Alder and Brooks.
So I'm looking to the city manager to direct that to Mr. Lawyer for, with consent of council, to look at the feasibility for that request. Mr. Brown, good? All right, yes.
Secondly,
Please proceed.
Secondly, the crosswalk on Berta Lane. It's the speed on Berta Lane is 35, and coming across the parkway, the speeds are pretty quick, and that crosswalk is, to me, a safety issue. If we could get reduction of the 5-mile-an-hour speed even, that would be a great safety improvement, I think.
Is the whole corridor of Verta from the Parkway to Dearborn 35?
Yep.
And that's the school zone. But that does slow, do we have a
Doesn't slow
flashing
them down
beacon for
very
the
much,
school
and
zone?
they ignore the blinking light. I mean, I see them buzz through there all the time.
Oh, I think there's an opportunity there for
Oh, they've been doing
reminders.
traffic safety enforcement for us there on
Yeah.
both Alder and up there, so we appreciate it, but they can't be there at all times. The trouble
Oh,
is.
I think some targeted reminders of people to slow down for school zones would be very helpful. What do you think, Chief?
Yeah, this is a long discussion. Ken knows that, but it's even bigger than Ken. I mean, speeds on Verta right there are, 35 is arguably too fast. And council's heard that before.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we haven't been able to get that lowered, but it's been a conversation we've had for a long, long time. As they're looking now to, I'm not sure what the word is, reconstruct Verta with curbs and sidewalks, I think they'll address some of this. I doubt they'll reduce the speeds, but they'll make it certainly a lot safer. It's flat unsafe right now.
Well, yeah. We're trying to, and just for the record, so people know, this is not the royal we, city staff, I represent Keizer on this Hill, Keizer Area Transportation Study, are working on putting together the funding package to move the project along Verta to construction. We have the design, mostly, working with ODOT on that project from Dearborn to Alder. I was corrected. It goes to Alder to finish the systems there. However, on the speed, that is not something that's included in the project. This is separate. And so with concurrence of council, I would like to, as city manager, to work with the Public Works at looking at what it would take to drop the speed limit or do the traffic study to make recommendation on the speed limit for Verta. So I'm getting a head nod from Mr. Brown, and that conversation will continue. Thank you for those recommendations. And
Thank you.
for keeping the kids and families of all ages safe in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we've had a very productive conversation. I would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back, and we will then begin with the public hearings for our budget, et cetera. We are in recess. back in session. We are going to be continuing our agenda this evening with a series of public hearings related to our budget. Our first up is, I will open a public hearing for the ordinance setting the water rates 2024, repealing ordinance number 2022-844. Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, the fiscal year 2023-24 City of Keizer Committee approved budget scheduled for discussion on tonight's agenda includes a 4% rate increase effective January 1st, 2024, related to our water rates. The rate increase will provide approximately $60,000 in additional revenue for use in the city's water system. This is consistent with the cost of service analysis that we've been working in light of the 2012-13 Water Master Plan. The 4% rate increase will have an impact on the residential citizens of about $7 for the year. And with that, if there's any additional questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the staff report? Councilor Reed?
I don't know if this would be appropriate at this point, but I just have a question.
Go.
So, I'm wondering what it would take, or if to make these monthly bills rather than bi-monthly bills at this point, just because with rate increases and with police fees and park fees and so forth that are attached to these bills, they just seem like kind of big hits. Sometimes, well, not, this is a dollar or so of a hit, but what would be the cost of that? And have we looked into that? And it just seems like these are big bills. And
Sure.
I know as a citizen, I would like to see these spread out monthly rather than bi-monthly. And so I'm just wondering what the logistics of that might be.
From a process standpoint alone, that would be something that the City Council could control. I believe all of our process procedures have been baked into city resolutions throughout time, so we could go back and dig some of those up. From a cost standpoint, what we'll really be experiencing is twice the number of twice as much paper being printed and twice as much mailage. So what we'll see is instead of 5,000 to 6,000 pieces of mail going out each month, we'll basically see that double as we start getting out 11,000-ish billing statements every month. I think probably we'd have some staffing issues that would create quite a bottleneck for us. Right now, just the billing process itself can take about a day. If we were to do that, I mean, we would probably be shut down for maybe 2 days, roughly, as far as just getting the bills out the door.
Follow up?
Just follow up. So I assume that we've had quite a number of people go to just electronic in the past several years, and those 5,000 or 6,000 that you mentioned are the ones left over. How many of those 5,000 or 6,000 might be persuaded to go to electronic to ameliorate some of those challenges?
Sure, that's a great question. Working with our service provider, realistically, you kind of get to the point where you're saturated with people that are going to go to electronic. I mean, you start having to provide some incentives. One of the things that they say is give a $10 credit or reverse it, actually charge people if they want a paper copy. We've kind of avoided doing incentives, positive or negative, but that's also something that we could pursue to try to push more people electronically. Right now, I want to say we're probably about 40% electronic. And just because they are electronic doesn't mean that they're not getting a paper bill. They could be getting a paper bill and electronic at the same time.
Okay. Just one more follow-up. Would it, I'm just throwing all kinds of possibilities out here. Would it be possible to make it sort of elective, whereas if somebody wanted to get monthly electronic bills and be billed monthly, or paper bills and be billed bi-monthly, would it be possible to get that kind of, I mean, I can see you're just kind of sweating the logistics of that.
I'm getting a little nervous right now. Yeah.
Okay, he's starting to twitch.
Made Tim twitch, sorry, Tim.
No, it's good. It's
But I'm just thinking, you know, like all my bills are electronic. Could I maybe, since my bills are all electronic, could I say, you know what, I'd rather pay these electronic bills monthly, and that's no skin off the city's teeth. That wouldn't be a cost to the city. Could I elect to do that if I wanted to?
Well, there's a couple of things that you could do. We're not going to stop you from making payments every month. So if you want to take your bill, cut it in half, we could do something like that. The real big challenge with having part of the city do it one way and part of the city not is our meter readers. We would have to figure out which houses to stop at when to get a read. And that would be, I don't even know how we would work through that, to be honest. Right now, and I guess that's another thing that would double as well. We'd have to have the meter readers go out every month to every house. And right now, they're just going to every other month. It's a possibility, and we could put some numbers to it. It's not going to be less expensive, though, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, thank you for helping me understand that. I just was kind of wondering about that, because it's a giant bill every month, and
Every other month.
It is.
Every other month, thank you.
I just want to remind everyone that it's the sewer bill that's the issue.
Yes, yeah, I am happy to pay that, and make no mistake, but I just wanted to understand it a little bit better and figure out, just worth looking at periodically, so, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any other questions on this before we go to public comments? So I have nobody signed up to testify under this public hearing. Is there anyone present who would like to testify regarding the setting the water rates? Okay, nobody is rushing for the microphone. So at this point, is there anything else council needs before I close the public hearing? Public hearing is now closed. Council President Starr.
I move the City Council adopt ordinance 2023, setting water rates for 2024, and repealing ordinance number 2022-844.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt resolution, ordinance number 2023, setting water rates 2024, repealing ordinance number 2022-844. Further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. That takes us then to our second public hearing for the evening regarding resolution amending the City of Keizer Police Services fee, repealing resolution R 2022-3284. Public hearing is now open. Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, the 2023-24 City of Keizer Committee approved budget includes an increase in police services fee of 90 cents per month from $6 to $6.90 per residential unit with an effective date of January 1st, 2024. The fee increase will provide approximately $75,000 in additional revenue in support of the police department. This is consistent with our discussions during the Budget Committee and also at our long-range planning task force. With that, the annual impact is approximately $11 on a regular residential household. Interestingly enough, there's been a few survey questions going around amongst the city manager group of general service fees. What are people charging? And ironically, we are still kind of on the low side as far as what you're seeing in other cities. Take, for example, City of Salem, or I guess Corvallis, there's about $35 that they're adding on per month for a wide range of services. So we're still coming in as cost conscious as we can for our residents here. With that, if there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions on the staff report? Okay, is there anyone here who'd like to address the council on amending the City of Keizer Police Services fee? I have no one signed up this evening. Okay, still no one. All right, anything further before I close the public hearing? Public hearing is now closed. Council President Starr.
I move the City Council adopt Resolution R 2023, amending the City of Keizer Police Services fee and repealing Resolution R 2022-3284.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council will adopt Resolution R 2023, amending the City of Keizer Police Services fee, repealing Resolution R 2022-3284. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Okay, motion passes 6-1, and that would be the no from Counselor Hussman. Is a resolution and not an ordinance, so we will proceed. Under our next item is 7C, resolution declaring the city's election to receive state revenues and resolution certifying that the city of Keizer provides 4 or more municipal services. Public hearing is now open. Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, in order to receive state shared revenues, which is primary liquor tax, the City of Keizer must approve a resolution electing to receive the funds and certifying that the city provides 4 or more municipal services. The city is expected to receive about $430,000 this year in shared revenue, and that primarily goes to support the police department. Unfortunately, you have to make 2 motions with the 2 different resolutions. And with that, if there's any additional questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? Counselor Hussman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Wood, with the ongoing sclerosis in the state legislature right now, does that have any effect on receiving these funds or anything related to how the city's got to administer its budget?
Probably not. It's a good question, but probably not with these. These are pretty much formula driven based off of sales. So again, mostly liquor sales is what we're seeing here. Those have been doing pretty well for a while.
Okay, quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
You mind just giving a timeline on when it is that the city sees that money flow into its bank accounts, approximately?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we see a quarterly payment.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Any further questions? All right. We have nobody signed up to testify under item 7C. Is there anyone who would like to address the council on this agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, anything further before I close the public hearing? Public hearing is now closed. Council President Starr.
I move the City Council adopt Resolution R2023 declaring the city's election to receive state revenues.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R2023 declaring the city's election to receive state revenues. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Council President Starr.
I move the City Council adopt Resolution R2023 certifying that the City of Keizer provides 4 or more municipal services.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R2023 certifying that the City of Keizer provides 4 or more municipal services. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Let's open a public hearing on resolution adopting the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, making appropriations and opposing and categorizing taxes. Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, by state law, the City Council must hold a public hearing, receive testimony, and adopt the upcoming fiscal budget by June 30th, 2023. The Budget Committee did meet on May 8th and May 9th, deliberated, received public testimony at that time as well. They did make a handful of recommendations to improve the budget. Tonight, again, you have the opportunity to have public testimony. You also have the opportunity to deliberate. If you are inclined to make changes, you can do so, as long as there are no more than $5,000 or 10% of the estimated expenditures for that fund, whichever is greater. You also have the opportunity to amend the ad valorem property tax. I would not recommend doing so. Really, the only option you have is to lower it, and that would be very problematic for the city. You also have the option to take no action, and then we'll shut the doors at June 30th, which would be bad as well. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over if you have any additional questions. Again, you have options of adopting the budget or making amendments to it.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Wood or the budget? All right, is there anybody here who would like to address the council tonight regarding the fiscal year 2023-24 budget? All right, I do see one of our, well, so we have budget committee members here, so thank you for the service of the 7 additional volunteers with the Keizer City Council as the budget committee. It was a very robust and fruitful conversation, and it is the people's money, people of Keizer, and a great team that worked together to put it together and then put it to use. I do have one comment, just so folks know. There were funds that were allocated for the Keizer closets in the fiscal year 23 budget, and they were not included. Additional funds were not requested for the fiscal year 24 budget. I have been informed that a request will come later for Keizer closets, but they want to have their impact report done, and they are still collecting the data from the school district from the end of the year, so they will be able to bring that to the city council in July and we can have a conversation about allocating funds or asking the question about allocating funds in the fiscal year 24. And that is something that we can do after this date because it's a small enough budget amount.
That
Am I
is
correct with that,
correct.
Mr. Wood?
You always have the opportunity to have a supplemental budget, and we can, the dollar amount is not relevant at that point. We can do it for anything. It'll be fun.
Not, but yes, within our limitations, but yes, but that would be separate. But one of the reasons is that they want to make sure they have their impact report to us, partly reporting to us, but also to the community. What have we done with dollars? How are they invested? And most importantly, how are they, those dollars benefiting the students at the schools in Keizer? Similar programs are at schools in Salem for these closets, resource rooms, and they are very, very important for students to self-advocate for their needs. And I'm very, very happy that we have been able to facilitate stocking those resource closets and we call them closets, but they're rooms, in our schools, especially as our students and their families have emerged from the COVID pandemic impacts. Okay, so I wanted that on the record. Anything else? Is there, again, anybody else want to testify? Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to clarify a couple of issues related to the Keizer Heritage Foundation. There were in the budget there has been a line item supporting the Keizer Heritage Foundation to the tune of $20,000 for their ongoing expenses. They have not traditionally submitted a funding request for that, but in conversations, it came out that it would probably be a good idea if they did that. So they sort of have retroactively done that, just as a paper trail and as a way to keep track of those funds. And furthermore, there was also some concern. We had allocated some ARPA money for the update of the doors to make them ADA appropriate. And so they've also retroactively put together a funding request for that. We had approved those funds, but there was some concern about the lack of a funding request there. It wasn't done because of the timing that came together really quickly, but that was also done as well. So they are being very responsive to our needs to keep track of all of those dotted I's and crossed T's. So those have been officially submitted. I know we were working on those this afternoon. So.
Sure. Typically with the ongoing support out of our general fund, that was contractual.
Yeah, so we didn't need to do that.
We don't necessarily need to do anything on that because we have an agreement in place on that. Just for the things where you folks want to allocate money, that's where we need to have the budget request forms. But I appreciate the folks at the Keizer Heritage Foundation being cognizant of our needs. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And oftentimes we do get reports from the nonprofits that are in the cultural center, who are all under the Keizer Heritage, and it's really helpful for folks. And again, from the community for an accountability standpoint to hear how these tax dollars are being used to create a cultural space that we all can enjoy. So I really appreciate that as well. Anything else? No? Okay. Public hearing is now closed. Council President Starr.
I move the city council adopt resolution R2023. That is not the right one. I am sorry. Let me try that again. I move the city council adopt resolution R2023, adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and making appropriations and imposing and categorizing taxes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R 2023, adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, making appropriations and imposing and categorizing taxes. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for your work on this. All right, and item 7E, open a public hearing for an ordinance regulating dogs at large. And this goes to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The City Council discussed dogs off leash a number of times last year, or within the last year, and even had a work session in November of 2022. The Council continued that discussion on May 1st of this year and directed staff to prepare an ordinance for consideration. Right now, the only restriction Keizer has on dogs is that they must be on leash while in parks, unless they are in a dog park. This means that you can walk a dog to a park off leash, require them to be on leash at the park, and then walk them home off leash also. So we sampled a number of cities, and in your packet you have links to those cities' ordinances. We found that most do have a leash ordinance, and only Salem and Keizer were similar in that they didn't have a dog at large ordinance. So we met with, in the process of putting this ordinance together, Mr. Johnson and I met with JLAD and came up with a draft ordinance. The ordinance provides an exception for dog trainers certification, which two primary organizations that they identified: Assistance Dogs International and Guide Dogs for the Blind. So in the proposed ordinance that would require a leash for animals, that would be exempt. We've also received the public comments tonight about the ADA, and we believe that American Disability Act would preempt our leash law, so this should not do anything to change ADA, but if the council wanted to make that more clear, that's an option that we can revise this ordinance. And then lastly, I would say too that the county has at-large referred to in the county ordinance, but it specifies that it's only under, it doesn't specify a leash. It says under the owner's control or command. So that's not as far as a leash ordinance would go. So the draft ordinance is in front of you. It's written by Mr. Johnson, and we recommend this ordinance.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the staff report or the ordinance? Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I checked with a couple different dog trainers this week and talked to them about their certification process, and visited the American Kennel Clubs Association certification. They have a Certification Council Professional Dog Trainers, CCPDT, if you have to have the acronym. And I would propose adding that certification to our trainer, exemption trainers.
The who?
It's Certification Council for the Professional Dog Trainers, CCPDT.
Is it for service dogs or for Is it American Kennel Club? And actually, before I get too deep in this conversation, I believe that one of the opportunities would be to look at various other organizations. We identified two here and amending to add, once we've done more work to understand those certifications, they can, this ordinance can be amended to add them. And we have not had time to vet, bad pun, but to review this one, if I might suggest.
The other thing, Madam Mayor, I wonder about the minimum fines and the presumptive fines and maximum fines. I think it would, if we have a bad apple that is going to get a series of fines, I think we could probably make that a higher fine too.
Question then would be, is this per incident or cumulative?
Cumulative, yeah.
Because what I'm reading is that this is per violation. And I'm going to look at Mr. Johnson. Looking at section 4 violations, is this per incident or cumulative?
No, it'd be, it'd be per incident.
So if there was somebody who was persisting in behaviors and was getting cited.
Per citation.
So it's per citation, so they could accumulate a number of them if they insist on being a slow learner.
If you knew you were going to get a $500 fine for not having your dog on a leash and you didn't, I think you'd probably pay a little more attention to it than a $100 fine.
I don't know. Well, that said, you know, we could have that conversation, but we can also, if we find that this is not getting people's cooperation through education and then citation, we can definitely revisit the amount. If I'm
Follow up
just
if
coming.
possible.
Sure.
I think this whole conversation started with a few bad apples, and the general public and the general dog owner isn't going to be affected by this particular resolution at all, I don't think, because of they're good, honorable citizens and responsible dog owners. I don't think there'll be a problem with them. But if you've got a few bad apples that are going to push this to the limit, I think if there's more teeth to it, maybe they pay a little more attention.
Okay. Thank you. And then if you could, one more time with that organization, because I couldn't write as fast as you were saying it.
The American Kennel Club, the Certification Council for Professional Dog Trainers.
For professional dog trainers. Thank you.
And this is what the American Kennel Club recommends that you check with before you have your dog trained anyway. There's several different types of training. There's the pet training, and then there's the working dog training, and they're certified.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for your patience with explaining that. Other comments or questions? Oh, Councilor Huskin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilor Kohler in his principle that this is an 80-20 problem where at least 80% of the dogs are going to follow the law, or their humans are, and that we are focusing more on the bad apples. And I think the notion of a punitive structure with greater escalation of fines is prudent, because with respect to Chief Teague's officers, that $100 at the lowest level is practically the time the city would spend having a conversation with the owner, not necessarily a fine worth keeping track of at any stage. By the time the officers are done saying, no, you didn't, yes, you did, the ticket is essentially superfluous. So I do like the idea of adding teeth, pardon my pun, to this measure.
Oh, this could get bad real fast.
At least we're consistent.
Just stop, just stop.
Stop with the pun.
All right there. Okay, so that is a debate, that's something we're going to be discussing here, it sounds like, and then the and I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson to be cogitating an additional sentence regarding acknowledging the ADA under the exemptions. So if it's explicit, then there's no question for people reading it and asking the question, am I exempt? Clearly, yes, but is it better to say it than to imply it?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and back to Councilor Kohler's point. I think the question is this discussion about the trainers really focused on the ADA issue, which is what my understanding was.
Right.
Now, Councilor Kohler's one might be broader than that, and I'm not sure your intent was broader than that, broader than the ADA, because you could have a situation under the Kennel Club trainers who are not training necessarily for a certified ADA service animal. My preference is that we just replace that sentence entirely and get away from any of the organizations. That was taken from, Mr. Brown and I met with the JLab folks, and those were the organizations, and Joyce St. Peter indicated that these are the only two organizations authorized by the Veterans Administration, at least, for certification under their programs. But I think the issue is your desire to limit the exemptions to ones that are specified for ADA. So better language might be appropriate there and take out any of the organizations, if that's the council's intent.
So that will be something that the council, we can debate whether we want to swap that out or we want to leave it as is to keep the exemptions very narrowly focused to recognized professional organizations for, specifically for ADA, because not everybody who goes online and creates a business and says they're a trainer are trainers that are certified for specific activities. And I think that's something that, what I heard from Councilor Kohler is that the AKC one may fit that, but again, I've had no time to look at it and to make a decision about adding that. So I'm not comfortable with that at this point, doing so, but I'm only one vote.
But we can amend later.
We can
if we
amend.
do the okay.
Yes, this can be, they can be amended, organizations can be brought to us and their certification process, and does this meet the intent of a council to be able to add them in? So this is amendable. Even, it is an ordinance, it's a little bit more work, but it's totally amendable. Okay, Council President Starr.
Thanks. And more of a question in agreement with Councilor Hessman and Kohler on the fines. What was the basis for setting these original amounts?
Mr. Johnson?
That was based, I believe, on what the current fines are for the dogs in the park violation. I think that's roughly what they were, my recollection. I made them up. So I will take, but I didn't make them up totally out of the blue, Council President. So, so that, I think that's where I got them from, though. I almost put them in as blanks, but my understanding is you folks wanted to adopt it, so I just suggested a number. It's obviously up to the council on how you want to choose that.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
Follow up?
Yeah, not necessarily on the fines, but I did want to say something I should have said in I did say it in the staff report, but we don't intend to have a leash patrol out there. This will be a reactive ordinance that'll be enforced. And I think that's important towards the council's intent. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay, thank you. Council President Starr?
Can you educate me on the difference between the minimum fine and a presumptive fine? I think I know, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on understanding the difference.
The court, municipal court appreciates something along the lines of what the traffic fines are. So a presumptive fine, if you've ever got a traffic ticket, is the one that shows up on the ticket. That's the one that they're going to presume is the right amount. That's the middle one. The maximum fine is the higher one, and the minimum one is the one less than the presumptive fine.
So
the ticket would be written, in this case, unless you want to change it, for $150, for example.
but I could go to court.
Right.
Or come to municipal
Right.
court and I could be having a really bad day and get a fine of 200 instead of the presumptive
Or the
fine.
judge could be having a bad day, yes.
I mean, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
So,
Or
mhm.
the reverse. Really good
Or it
day
could
and
be
you
a
get it
great
got this
day and
low.
I find
But
my
the judge
keys.
can't lower it less than 100 or raise it more than 200 in this example.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? So I want to admit into the record the email that we did receive from Ross Day regarding this issue. So that is going to be considered part of the public hearing. And this is specifically in regards to the American for Disabilities Act. Pardon? Go ahead. Okay. And Mr. Day's son has a service dog who is not on leash because of the work that that dog does in assisting him in the activities of daily living. And this definitely fits the parameters for the American with Disabilities Act requirements and what we were just talking about, making sure that is explicit in, if council so chooses, in the ordinance. Yeah, I would, again, better to say it. Is there anybody here who'd like to address the council on this matter? Okay, you're not here for that. All right.
How do we propose to change the fees in this?
That would be by amendment. Once we have a motion on the table, we can move to amend.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Husband.
I would like to so move for an amendment.
Well, hang on. We'll put a motion on the table.
Oh, thank you, sorry. Yes.
So, yes,
That's right, close the public meeting, then motion for the amendment. Got it.
bingo, yes. So, process. Okay, anything else before I close the public hearing? Is there any other information that we need?
Just
Councilor Kohler.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I liked Councilor Johnson's suggestion to modify the exemption to any nationally certified training organization rather than
Disability.
connected with ADA.
And Madam Mayor, I have some suggested language when you're ready.
Oh, fantastic.
Good, thank you.
All right. Are we good to close the public hearing? Going?
Let
Going?
me just ask one other question, if I could, please.
Councilor Kohler. Yes.
Don't hit me. Chief Teague, you have an opinion on this?
I don't have an opinion, but I do have a suggestion, which Councilor Johnson is going to mention when he speaks next.
Thank
All right.
you.
Stand by. Closed. Council President Starr, would you put a motion on the table and then we'll start our sausage making?
I move that the council adopt ordinance number 2023 regulating dogs at large.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt resolution, sorry, gotta scroll back here. Adopt ordinance number 2023 regulating dogs at large. All right, go. Let's start with the first one, and that was on the section 3. Scrolling again. On exemption. Mr. Johnson, did you have suggested language?
Yes, Madam Mayor. In that first line, starting on line 20 and going to line 21, if the council wants to consider this, to delete the first line that starts with trainer certified and most of the second line up to are exempt, and replace it with the following. Dogs that are allowed to be off-leash under state or federal disability laws, and then continue on with the are exempt.
Under federal disability
And I'll read it again
Laws.
slower, Madam Mayor, if you
Got it.
want.
State and federal.
State and federal?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I have it, dogs that are allowed to be off-leash under state or federal disability laws are exempt from this ordinance. And then I have one more change that the chief referred to.
So, and this takes out the trainers, okay.
Right.
So, okay, are exempt from this.
And I believe that that's what the intent was.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. On the second line about, and I talked to Councilor Reed about this issue too, on part of this about authorized dog park, but I'll read the whole line there with regard to Chief Teague too. So that sentence reads on line 22, in addition, dogs within an authorized dog park are exempt. I would look at changing that to in addition, and then after the comma, on-duty police dogs, or dogs within a authorized, and a city-authorized dog park area are exempt.
Oh.
Because Councilor Reed pointed out it isn't really clear who's authorizing that, and I thought that was a good point.
Good catch. Okay, so again, on-duty police dogs and dogs
Or-
within a city authorized dog park.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On-duty police dogs and
And I think that should be an and, but we can ask
Which one did
Councilor Reed. I'm sorry.
you say, what, was there one, were you saying something should be and?
Well, we were talking about the and or the or. I think that probably would be better as an and, so it would read, in addition, on-duty police dogs and dogs within a city, so we changed the grammar, and to a, within a city-authorized dog park are exempt.
Okay. Got it? All right. Okay, that takes care of section 3. So it sounds like people want to talk about section 4, the violations. Councilor Esmond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to propose an amendment on all 3 of the dollar amounts listed. Council President Starr, my recommendations are as follows. Minimum fine, $200. Presumptive fine, $250. Maximum fine, $1,000. Understood what Councilor Johnson was saying with respect to some dogs having bad days. I think we may want we may want to consider that some dogs have worse days than others.
Madam Mayor, our civil infraction ordinance says a maximum of $500.
I amend my amendment to $500, Madam Mayor and Council President Starr. Thank you.
You give me a heart attack.
I'm trying not to, I promise.
Try harder. Okay.
So those, if I may, Madam Mayor, what are those amounts again?
It was, so the friendly, I'm hearing this as a friendly amendment to 200, 250, 500. So the mover is, and do you agree to those amounts?
Yes.
Does the second?
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, was that a friendly amendment with regard, or has that been made yet with regard to section 3?
I do not believe.
We did not, so we just worked on the language, so we'll circle back to that in a second we're on 4. So it looks like that has now been amended to 200, 250, and 500. Going back to section 3, friendly amendment to change the language as described by Mr. Johnson to in lines 20, 21, and 22. So that's a friendly amendment accepted by the mover?
Yes.
Accepted by the second?
Yes.
That's a go. All right, I would like to just point out on line 17 that the word leash should be leash. Anything else? Okay,
Does that need a friendly amendment?
it's a Scrivener's error.
Okay. Just checking.
And was there anything else that people wanted to address in this ordinance? Councilor Reed?
I have just a few comments, really. I am not going to be supporting this just sort of in principle for a few reasons. First of all, I feel like this is going to be really more of a hardship for responsible dog owners than it is any kind of deterrent for irresponsible dog owners. When we have one dog park in our city for, I'm guessing, in the neighborhood of about 20,000 dogs, there is no place for, and again, I see dogs running free that are perfectly responsible and contained. The county ordinance is sufficient. People have recourse through personal injury claims and so forth. I feel like that's enough. And yes, I understand that the tools, the tools for the police, that's a consideration. But I'm going to be voting no, just because I feel like that voice needs to be heard. But a couple of other issues that I wanted to bring up, is the age of the dog owner an issue in all of this? Are we going to, if a kid is, has a dog off leash, and is a kid gonna get a ticket, a $200 ticket for not having a dog on leash? Is there, I mean, I know that this is going to be complaint driven, but is that a consideration? And then also, as I was talking to Mr. Johnson earlier today, that the concept of a handheld leash is also something of a concern. There are people that I've seen walking around neighborhoods where they have leashes attached to waists or something, not a handheld kind of ordinance or kind of arrangement. So that might be something to think about as well. So anyway, those are just some of my thoughts on this ordinance.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the one that, the one issue that you brought up on the handheld, because it's easy. And that is something that, you're right, people have them attached around their waist or attached to something, but they're on a leash, but the dog could be on a leash, but that other end of the leash may not be attached by in any way, shape, or form to a human being. I've seen
A stroller.
Yeah, but it could be attached to a stroller, but it has to be attached to something, not just, it's on the leash, and that leash and the dog are, zipping across wherever. So I think that's a point well taken. So I'm not sure how to do that, but the other end of the leash needs to be attached to something.
Yeah.
Something or someone. So, and thank you for sharing your point of view regarding the, your view on the ordinance.
Thank you.
So that guarantees a second reading. Just to let you know.
What if,
Council President Starr?
what if you just, let's see, complete control of the owner or custodian by a leash? Like that, and just take out handheld? What does that do? Huh?
Dogs running around town with
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's what Councilor Reed was saying, is that the other end needs to be on
Yeah.
something and may not be exactly handheld.
Just maybe attached?
It's gotta be attached.
And, Madam Mayor, I was going to suggest adding the words, or otherwise attached after handheld.
Okay.
I think the reference is clear then.
Perfect. Okay, so, friendly amendment then to, for line 17, what was your language? Handheld or otherwise attached?
Yes.
And, the second?
Yes.
All right. So it is amended in line 17. So your objection, and then there was another issue.
Just the age.
Oh, the age. So kid takes dog out on a walk or whatever. I mean, right now, I don't have the answer to that question. I'm assuming they'll be held responsible. I'm looking at the chief who's looking back at me.
I didn't really have any comments about this ordinance until the fines went up
Yeah.
tremendously. And now I feel very much, I have some of the same concerns that Councilor Reed does. I think this would be more enforceable if the minimum fine was $25, the presumptive fine was $25. You had 3 levels of fines that were able to be escalated, $25, $100, $250, maximum fine at $500. My concern for the elderly and young people, or even others, is since it's complaint-driven, if we're giving one person a citation and he complains about the person across the park whose dog is off of the leash, we're somewhat compelled to cite the other person too. The judge can obviate that citation in the interest of justice, but we really shouldn't be doing that. The cop shouldn't be doing that on the street. $25 citation to that other person is a much more manageable citation than $200 to $250, whatever it was. So that's where I would go, and that's how I would handle this age thing. I think in the interest of justice, that would be dealt with by the court. I also have a suggestion about handheld leash. Just say restrained by a leash. Easier language to understand.
So again, the language that's easier is, say again?
Restrained by a leash?
Restrained.
You would delete handheld then. I agree with the chief
Okay.
on that. I think that's better language.
Okay, friendly amendment on then that line 17, taking out the handheld and otherwise attached to restrained via
Yes.
leash or chain. Okay.
Yes.
So that's been accepted. So thank you for that revision. And I would also like to make a friendly amendment on the, sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. Let me go back to it. Thank you. Minimum fine of, it was 25?
Well, I mean, it's like parking violations. I suggested 25 minimum, 25 presumptive, maximum 500, but have escalating fines so that, you know, I, the cop, if I know this guy is incorrigible, I've already issued him a $25 citation, I can next go to a 100, then I can go to a 200. The judge can take it to 500. May I make?
Please.
I want to make one more comment with regard to Councilor Reed, her concern for the other people. We're not going to be citing people like the elderly and young kids in the interest of justice. But if push comes to shove, I'm afraid we would end up issuing a citation at the same time we're issuing a citation to someone who is incorrigible. You follow me? In that kind of situation, the judge could only reduce it to $200 or dismiss it in the interest of justice, which is sometimes hard for the judge to do.
Right. So
who does the escalation?
Well, we would do it. Where it's a concern operationally for us is you have a cop who works on Monday and doesn't work on Wednesday. You have the same guy. In that case, the guy would probably get 2 citations for $25. But in our recent experience, we all knew who the perpetrator was. It's easy to keep track of that. And then we would, because the ordinance allows us to do that, we would incrementally raise the presumptive fine.
To a maximum of 500?
No, the presumptive
Oh, the
would
presumptive.
be,
Got it.
as I suggested, 25, 100, 200, 25, 50, 100, whatever. The judge can raise it to 500.
And that's where we would say the maximum fine is 500.
By city ordinance, the maximum that it can be is 500.
Okay.
Okay. So were you following how this needs to be written? Because you lost me on that center section.
Yeah,
you know.
I need to kind of check with the chief on this. Are you saying that the officer would have the discretion to change the amount of the presumptive fine?
Sure, if the perpetrator has, if it's a second violation.
Okay, so that part would have to be rewritten.
Right.
I mean, because you can't, excuse me, sorry, caught me chewing. You can't have an ordinance that the discretion has the officer to like set what that amount is, but the chief's right, if you have it in the ordinance, so many offenses within the last year, et cetera. That's gonna require a little rewrite, though, if the council wants to go that direction, that's not gonna be too effective on the spot here.
That makes sense.
This makes a great deal of sense to me because this very, very large initial, it wasn't just the 1,000, it was that initial one that also gave me a heart attack, so just to let you know. To really work on this, on getting this, you know, that threshold, the attention getter, if you will, up to the maximum, you're really not getting it amount. I think how that is written is going to be very, very important. because we don't want to be punitive. We've had these conversations before under other issues where we don't want to set these minimums very high because it is overly punitive and it's not terribly helpful. But we want a tool for the attention getting, going, we mean it, to the you're really not getting it amount. I have other phraseology for that, but I won't share it in mixed company. So with that, I know you want to say something, but what I'm hearing is that if we should we table this to get that language right and bring it back at the next council meeting? Is that something we can do?
Yes, a couple items there.
Okay.
One,
Stand by.
it will be a first reading.
Yeah, well, got it.
So the first reading would not be tonight.
Right.
Also, do you want to talk about the details of that tonight, or do you want us to bring something back with, as far as what staff recommends in terms of what those amounts would be for the first, second, third offense?
So-
If I understand the chief's comment correctly. And this would be just for the presumptive fine? That you'd have the different amounts?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, may I respond to that?
Yes, Chief, please.
Yeah, were it me, I would put the minimum fine at $25. I would put the presumptive at $25, $50, and $100. I would put the maximum at $500.
Oh, got it. We can do that.
Anything over 3 stays at 500.
So okay, so the min, 25, presumptive, 25, 50, 100. So first, second, third, and then max 500.
Yes, ma'am.
And okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up here. Who can do the maximum fine? The judge only? So if they see the same person multiple times come across, they can then just say 500.
Madam Mayor,
Chief?
so if the officer sees the person committing the violation a second time, he can scratch that person for the $50, all right? And the judge can then raise that to $500 if he wants or needs to. Now, the out, by the way, is that the perpetrator can just pay the fine, $50, knowing that last time he saw the judge says, this happens again, I'm going to fine you the max. Well, his escape route is just to pay the $50. You follow me? Yes. But the presumptive amount doesn't necessarily matter to me. I randomly selected 25, 50, and 100 because, I mean, I kind of know how these things work. If it makes the council feel better to make the presumptive higher, 25, 50, 25, 100, and 200, that's, of course, your discretion.
Okay, Councilor Aspen, I've been putting you off. Thank you.
I understand, Madam Mayor, no hard feelings, I promise. Chief Teague, I think we are approaching this issue with a strong sense of justice and fairness, and I think we are rightly considering a lot up to and including the young, the elderly people whom we may see. Where I'm not confident with respect to the fee structure you've outlined is because, frankly, I think your officer's time is worth a little bit more than that. And I do think that a more punitive fee structure will get the point across just as effectively. To me, all it takes is one officer tapping me on the shoulder, say I'm walking around one of the dachshunds we had growing up, gets to be a dachshund for this example. They're off leash, the tap on the shoulder is, hey, it's a $200 minimum fine for keeping your dog off the leash. I mean, that would scare me straight, and I hope it would most. Theoretically, someone gets a little bit more incorrigible. The next step would be that ticket. They go in front of the judge. The judge says, well, letter of the law is $200 minimum fine. If you do it again, the potential maximum could be up to $500. I would hope from a behavioral standpoint that would be enough to persuade somebody that this is not not a behavior worth exhibiting, not an activity worth pursuing. I am sympathetic to the idea of escalation as outlined in my previous friendly amendment. I just think that starting off on 25 is frankly just smaller than what the intended effect is going to be. I think that a higher value would more rapidly influence behavior toward what we want.
Chief, do you want to respond to that? And then I think we can wrap this up.
Yes, ma'am, it's going to be a policy decision on y'all's part.
That's what I was expecting. So what I'm hearing is, well, right now, the way we've been discussing, and we can bring back those options. What I would like the staff to bring back is looking at the 25, 50, 100 structure. We can continue that conversation regarding the effectiveness of the minimum. We've had these conversations before on other issues where we set the minimum really low. Again, it's that attention getter. So it's not so much cost recovery. It's get the attention, education, and it doesn't happen again in the vast majority of those cases. And then you get the person who insists on getting the max. And that's where we can do the cost recovery. But they're a lot more work. So I'm going to push back a little bit on that. We can continue that conversation. With the consent of council at this point, Mr. Johnson?
You were about there. I just want to make sure the mover and the second would want to withdraw the current motion and take the direction that the mayor kind of indicated. Yeah, a motion on the table.
Yes, we have motion on the table. So we would like to, with the consent of the mover and the second, to
Table it.
table it.
Withdraw the motion.
Withdraw the motion and to bring it back on the June 20th with the changes that we have discussed and with the different fee structure that we have discussed, and then we can continue that the conversation then. So good? Yep. Yes?
So do I have to make a motion to withdraw the motion?
You just consent to the
Consent
I
withdrawal.
consent to withdraw
And
the
a second.
motion.
I consent.
All right, we're good.
Just making sure.
Okay. One more question, and then we'll go on to administrative action. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question. I've taken my dog to pick up the kids from school many times. Usually we've gotten there early and we'll play catch with the dog. So does this say that no more the person can't do this ever again? Is that what we're talking about in this ordinance? Because I'm thinking that there's a lot of neighbors that I had that would walk their dog to the school, and while the kids were still in school waiting for them, they would throw the tennis ball, and the dog would go tennis ball and bring it back.
So
It's certainly not on a leash then.
has the school, as a property owner, objected to the dog's presence?
No, never.
There you go, section 2.
And then I already turned away, Madam Mayor.
So, Mr. Johnson, yeah, it's section 2.
It does say where the property owner,
Has not objected to the dog's presence.
oh, never mind. I'm sorry, I misread it earlier. You're right.
Okay,
The school
perfect.
The
I'm
school
okay.
just has not objected to the dog's presence?
I just want to double check.
That does not work with right away.
No.
I mean, so
That's
if you're talking
public,
about
that's-
somebody else's,
No.
yeah.
But the school district property does not belong to the people of Keizer, does not belong to the city of Keizer, it belongs to all the people through the school district. They are the property owner, and it's up to them how they regulate their property. And they have not objected to the dog's presence, to my knowledge. Now, there are some that are actually marked, no dogs. So I'm not gonna presume for the school district. Let's get on to, real quick.
We're getting rummy.
So the people who are waiting here for, because we know what people are here for in this E, F, and G. So let's get C done. Let's go to item 8C, which is an ordinance amending Keizer Development Code regarding section 1.103, section 2.102, section 2.103, section 2.104, section 2.107, section 2.110. You think we had a big packet? Section 2.122, section 2.127, section 2.130, section 2.302, section 2.308, section 2.401, section 2.403, section 2.432, section 3.105, and Section 3.202, amending ordinance 98-389.
Do I have to read all that?
Yep.
Yes, because this is an ordinance. You have to actually quote chapter and verse. Mr. Witham, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. It is not my fault that it has to be written that way. I tried to just say a bunch of sections, and the legal department said, Shane, you cannot do that.
Nope.
So I was like, oh, all right. I guess we can't do that. So tonight, this was before council at the May 15th meeting, a whole bunch of sections, mostly Scrivener errors. It did include some clarifications for ADUs to reduce some barriers and for cottage cluster development, as well as clarifying some language on access standards for middle housing. But otherwise, it was mostly just straight line, oops, there's a mistake. Because it's past my bedtime, I will not talk any more about it unless you all have questions. And it is just being brought because that is our process.
All right, questions or comments on the ordinance? Council President Starr. Yes,
Madam Mayor?
the whole, Mr. Johnson.
I just wanted to save you, unfortunately, not Council President Starr. And you are correct. An ordinance needs to be read fully, the title needs to be fully read. You don't need to repeat it,
Yeah, I
Madam Mayor,
know.
necessarily. So you can just say the title has been read. And by the way, I know you will appreciate this. I had my assistant remove the title to each section from the caption. And
You
again,
get a starburst. for
yeah,
that.
yes. And for those of you who might not have heard this from some time ago, the reason the titles are like that is so that we can track which sections by going back to the amendment by searching those titles. So that's the reason for it.
All right. Council President Starr.
Here we go. Take a deep breath. I move the City Council adopt ordinance number 2023, amending Keizer Development Code regarding Section 1.103, Section 2.102, Section 2.103, Section 2.104, Section 2.107, Section 2.110, Section 2.122, Section 2.127, Section 2.130, Section 2.302, Section 2.308, Section 2.401, Section 2.403, Section 2.43, Section 3.105, and Section 3.202, and amending ordinance 98-389.
Second, but it was 2.432. You forgot a 2.
Agreed.
2.43, where?
2.
The 432,
2.432.
No.
right there.
Right here. Oh, you're right.
I'm reading the packet again.
Okay, but yes, second.
All right. The ordinance has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
So which one is right, the packet or the agenda?
The agenda is correct. 2.432 is the
So
section.
do I have to read it again?
Mr. Johnson, be good.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. No, it's been noted.
All right.
Thank you.
I do have one question, sorry. It's on on page 248 of the packet, it's on the historical overlay zone. It's crossed out. Later on page 311, it talks about the historic resources section. These are different, I take it?
Yeah, that was done a long time back. The historic overlay zone went away and was replaced with historic resources.
Gotcha. Okay,
So
that's all I need.
that's why that change was in
Okay.
there.
But just hadn't taken out the reference to the overlay zone that had been superseded by this section instead.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Anybody said no? Motion passes unanimously. They would have had to read the thing next time. Okay.
Isn't democracy great, everybody?
I had the gavel. Anyway, So with that, let's go to ordinance, item 8D, which is an ordinance amending ordinance relating to the regulation of fireworks within the city of Keizer, amending ordinance number 2022-851, declaring an emergency. City manager.
Madam Mayor and Council, in front of you is an amendment to the fireworks ordinance that was passed last year. In August, we held a work session about fireworks, and a public hearing was held on September 6th. That regulated the use of individuals using fireworks after a certain period of time or after a certain time of night, specifically 10 p.m. And one of the unintended consequences of that was that, or unforeseen consequences, is that we put one of our business members in non-compliance from that, being the Volcanoes Stadium does fireworks roughly twice a month, and I think it was unintended. We didn't intend to prohibit that. They're legally done by responsible individuals who are certified to put on the fireworks display, and this fix would amend that to allow them to continue to do fireworks at Volcano Stadium.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions on the ordinance as presented? So I have two questions, and I did send them to the city attorney earlier today, so I wouldn't catch them by surprise. Noted in the ordinance that, I'm gonna have to scroll to that page. Nope, that's not where it is. Make it to my notes. Section 3D was on the red flag warning, and right now, the language that needs to be, that's in there says that people who have a permit for fireworks may do so under that permit, and I don't think that's what we intended, and it doesn't make sense relative to the Oregon administrative rules, which says that if any time before or during the display, the operator, local fire authority, or law enforcement authority knows or should know that high winds, precipitation, or other adverse weather conditions prevail such that a significant safety danger exists, the display must be postponed until weather conditions improve to an acceptable level. That's where I believe we wanted to go, so I think putting in an exception in Section 3 regarding displays under permit really wasn't, well, doesn't comply with my understanding of the Oregon administrative rules, and I don't think it's what we intended. And I don't think it's what our professional displays would do anyway. So I would like to either take that out, that line out, or add this requirement that they comply with OAR 437-012-860. You get that email?
I did, and I'm sorry that you and I didn't have a chance to chat about it.
Yeah. It was a busy day.
Now that I am looking at it, Madam Mayor, I am wondering simply if the error was not that we didn't repeat the exemption, but that it was in the wrong spot.
Yes.
So that the exemption that says subsection A does not apply to persons authorized by the permitted state fire marshal, et cetera,
Yes.
belongs only in the limited hours section. And it was put incorrectly in the section 3.
Yes.
So,
That's what I'm thinking. So just to move it out of 3 and put it into 4, where, in my opinion, it belongs. And then it's clear that the limited hours are for the general public. If there is an event, it has a permit. That's separate. And that's a professional display.
That's permitted, right?
That's permitted, yes. So that would be what's, so right now, under 3D, it says subsection A does not apply to persons authorized by a permit from the state fire marshal. These are professional, pursuant to ORS 480.130. It's under section C right now, which is, or section 3, which is red flag warning.
Oh.
In my opinion, it belongs in section 4, fireworks limited hours. This does not apply if it is under a permit from the state fire marshal, i.e. a professional display with announced hours. So I would suggest taking 3D and putting it into 4.
That, section 4 is correct the way it's been amended. The difficulty is that, and it's just a formatting difficulty, unfortunately, that the existing section 3D needs to be deleted.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, I would have to say, unfortunately, that is not something we can do easily on the fly here because of the formatting of the ordinance, if you see what I'm
Right.
getting at.
Um,
It's not set forth like that. I mean, it wouldn't take that long to do it, I suppose.
You want to bring it back on the 20th?
Well, we can easily bring it back on the 20th. That's my preference because this is,
Let's do
and
that.
it's just, again, because of the formatting. When you're adding language within a section, that's not all that hard, but you're having to add a new section here and it's not set forth.
Well,
So my
section-
preference would be to bring it back
Okay.
on the 20th if there's no objection.
So it couldn't be just for 4D?
Well, I'm sorry, for what?
If you take 3D and make it 4D, you can't do that?
Well, remember, the ordinance that's before you, that has the 2023, says we're amending section 4.
Oh, gotcha. I'm just looking at the actual original ordinance. Got it. So can we, Council President Starr,
Is there anything scheduled between now and then?
before, at the Volcano Stadium?
No, I think you're talking about the volcanoes.
Yeah, sorry,
No,
yeah.
I'm not
Already
certain
shows-
about it.
I knew that in my head,
I
I
know that
just
they
didn't
are
speak
doing, it seems to be a little bit less in my recollection from looking at the schedule.
But there's not anything scheduled at the volcanoes if we were to bring it back on the 20th that happens between now and then.
I don't remember. Okay.
I mean, that would be the only thing.
Quick Google search says,
Ask Siri. Oh, jeez.
you have to watch that because then your watches start replying. I've had that happen. It's on their website. Yeah, you have to.
I'm sympathetic to that plight, and I have at least one IT professional in the family, so heard the stories.
Easily discernible from the schedule. I'm looking at the schedule and it's not easily
If
discernible.
there was, there probably would be something on the schedule.
Okay. So if we could let them know that this will be taken up on, yes, Councilor Reed.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that already they've canceled at least one event that I went to because of wind. So, you know, that's,
So they
that
comply with
happens.
it.
Yeah.
And they're really, really good about that, so I don't think it's an issue of that. It's the going past 10 o'clock issue.
Yeah. Well, and we're hitting the summer solstice, so it's,
Yeah. And it's staying light later.
Mhm.
I mean, July 4th, that's a go, because that's within this ordinance. But given the lateness hour and making the, but yeah, we have a sidebar here,
I
yes?
could do it if you wanted to take a break. I'm starting
He
to do
said we
it.
could do it if we want to take a break.
What we can do, can we come back to this one? Let's go to special events and come back to item D. Would that be acceptable?
Madam Mayor, before I forget, did you say there were 2 items you had? Okay, sorry.
That was it.
Okay.
I might have written, I've written it in 2 places, but no, that was the main thing, was moving 3D to 4. All right, we are going to move on to item E. We will circle back with item D. and this will be special events in neighborhoods. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This issue was brought about because of the Miracle of Christmas Lights display, which is an event that's been going on for over 40 years, much longer than I've been here. But it gave us an opportunity to look at the process for special event permitting. And so we had a group come together from the police department and from Public Works and several other departments to look at the process. We drew it out, what happens currently, and not just thinking about this event, but if any other event were to happen similar to it. So we have many of the, I think, proper incentives for dealing with special events on primary streets, arterials. But this is a neighborhood, and what staff came down to is our internal review process is primarily looks at vehicle flow, safety, and it doesn't really address citizen impact. And so what the team came up with is that if a group of homeowners, renters, people living in a neighborhood were impacted in a period that exceeded 24 hours or one day, then they ought to have a say-so in that recommendation. And the most obvious group to facilitate that conversation and recommendation in our estimation was the neighborhood associations and the homeowners associations where they exist. So what we're proposing is that submission of a special event application that occurs in a neighborhood that exceeds 24 hours and involves more than 5 homes, that the neighborhood association or homeowners association provide a recommendation upon submission of the application. Where a neighborhood association or a homeowners association does not exist, a petition of the homes that were immediately impacted by that event would be required with a 50% approval. What we would not like to get into is how the homeowners associations or the neighborhood associations make their decision. That would be up to them, either according to their own bylaws or according to methods that they agree on. They may choose to create a petition of each house on the route or pole, or have their board of directors make that decision. But that would be left up to the homeowners association or the neighborhood association where one exists. So that's our recommendation and we're looking for direction. If you agree with that, to send us back with, to prepare a resolution or ordinance to amend that to require public participation in the application of special events impacting neighborhoods that exceed 24 hours and impact more than 5 homes.
All right. All right, thank you very much. And I do know that Patty Tischer has camped here all evening with us and is here to make comments from the Greater Gubser Neighborhood Association. But before we get to that, I do have one question. So in the staff report, it talks about that the method of public outreach would be determined by the neighborhood association or the homeowners association. And one of the things that I'm looking to discuss is that the methodology be submitted with the application so that it is clear that outreach has happened And we also, and it's consistent, we need some methodologies, putting out a couple of flyers, say, hey, we did it. I think we have to have some minimum thresholds for public outreach or some requirements so that it's really clear that, well, I talked to a couple of other people, that what we will find acceptable, what we won't. And we have to write it down. It's not fair otherwise. So you talk about a neighborhood, X or Y, they have to know what the requirement is for the outreach and the methodology, whether it's all going to be electronic, if it's going to be accessible, and over what time period, and the percentage of households that have been, they've done outreach to. So I think we have to have some parameters there. I'm not really comfortable with saying in neighborhood association, homeowners associations already have rules. I'm not worried about McNary. I mean, when they turn in their event permit for their garage sale, that's locked down. So there's the neighborhood association or the areas where they don't have one that we have to, I think, look at the methodology. So I'm gonna throw that out there. Other questions or comments on the staff report?
I think I just wanted to clarify and reiterate, Mr. Brown, I heard you say a recommendation from the homeowners, neighborhood, thank you, the neighborhood association. You used the word a recommendation. So it would be a recommendation in support of or not in support of, not using the word approve, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So it'd be a recommendation, and then with some methodologies for outreach to ensure it's inclusive and it's accessible. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm wondering what recourse people who disagree might have. Do they come to the council and the council just says, well, go talk to your neighborhood association if they are in a position that their house is perhaps on the route that they don't want? Or do they have any recourse, or is it just, do they just have to suck it up?
Well, I think that's kind of what we're trying to engage, where there's conversations so that the organizers of an event get input from the community. They are able to work with their neighbors. And I mean, ultimately, we're not trying to say, we're trying to create a framework for those conversations to happen in a collaborative fashion.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is at the end of the day, somebody's not happy. What is their recourse? Which is.
But is that, can I ask?
Council President Starr.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Reed, are you asking if they don't agree with the recommendation from the neighborhood association? Yeah. Because if it's a permit that's sent into the city, wouldn't the city staff have final approval on? I mean, they would take into consideration the recommendation, but the city still has final decision-making.
That's right.
Whatever, right?
The way we've proposed it is that they would make a recommendation and the city would have a final sign-off on it.
So
but,
is that answer?
Yeah.
There still will be folks that may not be happy with the outcome.
Right. But it wouldn't be the neighborhood association that's making the decision. It would be the final decision. It would be the city. To your point, Councilor Reed, about if they didn't like the recommendation from the neighborhood association, I mean.
So what I'm kind of, may I? So what I'm seeing in this is there's, yes, another level of community involvement, but there's, and I get that you're never going to get everybody 100% happy on this, but is this worth the hoops that we are creating people to jump through to get just another smaller level? I don't know. I guess I'm having a hard time sort of picturing the logistics of this process, from the methodologies on down.
So what my comments were aimed at is that we want to be clear that the neighborhood association or a group of neighbors who are organizing an event are expected to reach out to neighbors, all of the neighbors who are affected by the event in a way that's accessible. So just, from electronic to in-person, whatever, but they need to document, write down how they did it, so it is clear that outreach occurred and by what method. So if that has not been inclusive, we can send them back saying, okay, you only put it out every other house. Let's be ridiculous here. No, you have to include everybody on that, in that space, that sort of thing. The other is to, and to your point, that an individual who does not agree with the recommendation from the Neighbors Association absolutely could turn in, and we would have a method for that person to turn in their objection, minority report, if you will, saying, I object because, and then the city staff would be able to take that into consideration in issuing the permit or not.
Okay, thank you.
Is that good guidance there for, I'm seeing you take notes. Anything else that we want to add? And then, Patty Tischer, I would invite you up. Would you like to add anything? Yes, please do. I know you've been very patient all evening. When we saw the agenda, we knew. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us. There's a lot of work that needs to be done tonight.
Well, I prepared a little speech, but I don't know if it's going to be relevant now, but we'll see.
All right.
For the record, my name is Patty Tischer, and I'm a resident of Keizer, and I'm also the president of the Greater Gubser Neighborhood Association. And so, first of all, I'd like to say that we appreciate Madam Mayor, City Council, and other city officials taking the neighbors' concerns into account by reviewing and revising the event permit process. Although currently the neighbor involvement in the Greater Gubser Neighborhood Association is small, it has been made clear that our neighbors want direct communication regarding events that will affect them. And for Greater Gubser, specifically speaking of our Miracle Christmas of Light route. We acknowledge the exceptional impact the event has for our community with much needed food donations and money contributions for the Marion Pope Food Bank. And the efforts also put forth by the Eisel, Ratliff, and Skipper families. And I'm sorry that I've probably mispronounced everybody's name. They've been heading this for many years, and they've just really made an impact for the community with the food donations. However, the way things were presented last winter to the neighbors for the new proposed route did not take into account any of the neighbors' input. People want and need a voice when it directly affects them. Currently, the Greater Gubser Neighborhood Association would not be able to support the addition of our Mistwood Meadowlark Loop, as we feel there are other viable options that can be reviewed. Allowing for input from the people impacted by an event is critical to achieve mutual respect and collaboration for the greater good. And I think when Mayor, you were speaking of making sure that the outreach is accounted for when an event permit is submitted, I absolutely 100% agree with that. Even possibly going as far as having a town hall for there to be open discussion where people can come and speak, how they feel. And obviously, ultimately, the city council, the mayor, police department, fire would have the ultimate say on signing off on it. But I just think that it's really important that all of the neighbors that are affected by any events in their direct neighborhood have their voices heard.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the work that you and all of your neighbors have done, and all the Gubser neighbors, for providing much needed food and doing it in such a festive way year after year. We really appreciate that, and to increase involvement. What I would ask is that if you and neighbors have recommendations on outreach methodologies, that you get that to Mr. Brown so he can include that in looking at how this can be put together for us for our consideration. So, and I would encourage all neighborhood associations actually to, if they've got ideas for methodologies for outreach and communications, putting themselves in your space, to communicate those ideas to Mr. Brown.
The other thing, and this would be something that I would include in our proposed recommendations, I really think that events that affect multiple neighbors and traffic, I think there needs to be a cap on how many days the event can take place.
Okay. I think
That was just my personal opinion, putting it out there.
Point well taken. You know, a garage sale for 365 days, probably.
Yeah. I think there's an ordinance on that anyway, though, isn't there? How many days?
3 days. Yeah, I was being,
Yes.
yeah. I can't think of the word right now, but it'll come to me later. And we'll
Yes.
go to Councilor Husband, who has a question. Facetious, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I would love to see that 2-week garage sale in effect that you're speaking of here. And Patty, thank you so much. Seriously, I'm glad that we're having this, and I think, you know, this is the forum to do it, right?
Right.
If I may ask, and this can just be an estimation, what percentage of houses in the greater Gubser neighborhood do you think have no soliciting signs somewhere around their front doors?
Oh. A lot.
Most of them.
I'm just thinking of my days as a scout and scouting for food, going to the doors, and we would solicit our neighborhood, and yeah, every other, there's a lot. Even just, I'm thinking on my own street of my neighbors, there's at least 6.
Because I'm going to follow up with the impossible question to answer, right? Which is, given that we're at that place societally within our neighborhoods, and it's definitely not just Greater Gubser, it's everywhere in the city. How does that shape our outreach? How is it that we're better serving neighbors in that sense? And what are we supposed to do, essentially? I know that's a bad question to ask as a city councilor. Aren't I supposed to have all the answers? But seriously, help us out here, Patty.
Well,
what is it that we should be doing?
You know, I think, you know, cooperation with the social media, our local newspaper, getting our Keizer Chamber, our chamber office, just word of mouth, just getting out, walking the streets, door to door. And I think the no soliciting, I think most people, if you knocked on their door and you said, you know, hi, you know, my name's Patty and I just, you know, want to have a chat. I don't think that this solicitation, I think that's more for if I'm trying to sell them something. So.
Yeah, I agree with you in principle that we should theoretically know our neighbors better. Just that, frankly, I'm dragging you into, at a microcosmic level, what has been growing increasingly concerning with neighborhood associations, I think, is that they're struggling to get a little bit of traction door to door, and door to door is in so many ways the easiest question. So, yeah, sorry that I didn't give you something solvable there, but
It's okay.
and anything to that effect, you know, would be appreciated, because frankly, we love the Festival of Lights here. That much is apparent given this council's historic support for it. We don't necessarily want to let any opportunity go to have long celebrations like this. And I think we want to foment as many of these as possible, because maybe there's another really good multi-day celebration out there that we haven't thought of yet, but we'll get to that point, and it would be a wonderful thing. So thank you for letting me be on my soapbox. I'll leave you with one other point, which is that broader town hall style meeting that you were bringing up, those sound good. My point of advice would be, it's kind of got to be a public meeting, and I think at least one city staff member has to be there just to make it a little bit more official. And since there'd be some sort of meeting coming from that, giving the city as much visibility as possible into one of those discussions would be most prudent.
Well, and anytime with our neighborhood associations, we have council liaisons. So the council liaisons would be part of any of those meetings.
Also true. And I think my mindset was just this would be extraordinary above and beyond a neighborhood association, but you're absolutely right otherwise. So don't mean to overstep in that regard.
Okay, perfect.
So, and with that, again, brainstorm and get recommendations to Mr. Brown, and then we can revisit this over the next, time period to get this in place, because we do have the fall coming up. And we want to get this really out there for people to use.
Right.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much, and
you.
thanks for hanging with us.
Appreciate it.
Okay, there isn't, this is about, what? So what I heard though, rather than, oh, yes, please do. Thank you, I understand. It's code, that means, please, Mayor, pay attention to the agenda. Council President Starr.
I move that the council direct staff to amend the special event ordinance to require public participation for special events that occur in a neighborhood that go over 24 hours and impact more than 5 homes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The Keizer City Council direct staff to amend the special event ordinance to require public participation for special events that occur in a neighborhood that go over 24 hours and impact more than 5 homes. Friendly amendment. And include that the methodology must be submitted with the application.
Accepted.
Accepted.
Thank you very much. Anything further? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Let's circle back. Mr. Johnson, are you ready for the regulation of fireworks ordinance?
Well, sort of.
Shall we can go on, give you more
Well,
time.
no, I was attempting to write
Sorry.
that on the fly, and the chief indicated 2 things. One, he had a suggestion on how to fix this, at least temporarily tonight, which took me a while to understand. And also, he double-checked, and we do have an event coming up pretty
Yeah,
quickly.
right.
My
We
suggestion,
all
Madam
Googled that.
Mayor, and although this is a little bit extra work, it's just as cleaner, is to go ahead and adopt the ordinance you see there. And we'll come back with the ordinance to fix that, because the ordinance you have in front of you fixes the problem for the volcanoes.
Got you.
And the one that you're suggesting is a separate fix, we'll just do that by a separate ordinance, and we'll bring that back next time. And so, I mean, the
it.
actual ordinance will be fixed. It'll just take 2 steps. It'd be a little easier.
But we'll be all set for the volcanoes.
But you'll be solving that problem.
All right,
On Friday.
Correct.
okay, fantastic.
So I would go back unless there's objections and go ahead and pass the ordinance as stated in the packet.
And then we will direct staff to come back. Okay, Council President Starr.
I move that the council adopt ordinance number 2023, amending ordinance relating to the regulation of fireworks within the city of Keizer, and amending ordinance number 2022-851 and declaring an emergency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council amend ordinance number 2023 relating to the regulation of fireworks within the city of Keizer, amending ordinance number 2022-851, declaring an emergency. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Good thing you said no, or we'd have to go to special second reading, and the show is Friday. And then city staff has indicated they'll bring back the additional fix. All right, thank you very much. Real quick, item F, this should be easy, and then we'll get to the Lava Dome, which people have been waiting for. The community center, good grief. Fee waiver, Marion County Reentry Initiative Breakfast. Ms. Davis.
Madam Mayor and council members, Marion County Commissioners have requested a waiver of the rental fee and deposits for the Marion County Reentry Initiative Breakfast on October 12th. The event is free and open to the public. The total costs for the event were $800 plus the $1,500 security deposit. In the past, the city's waived these fees as it's a true benefit to the community. So staff recommends you waive all fees for this event.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the staff report or recommendation? Council President Starr.
I move the City Council approve a waiver of the community center rental fee, staffing costs, and refundable security deposit for the Marion County Reentry Initiative Breakfast event on October 12, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council approve a waiver of the community center rental fee, staffing costs, and refundable security deposit for the Marion County Reentry Initiative Breakfast event on October 12th, 2023. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. The Lava Dome. All right, item G. So we will go to Mr. Brown and then Ms. Parsons, and I have this here. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This has been a topic of discussion here for a couple of months and something we've been discussing. Started probably about 8 months ago, as I recall. But last time we were in front of you, the representatives from the Lava Dome presented their concept model as well as a discussion about improving the facility to enclose 4 fields and to have the entire complex ultimately replaced with artificial turf, which would extend the season and hours of operations, hours of play on each field. Throughout this process, we've been working with For the Love of the Game and the Lava Dome, and the Lava Dome is a legal entity, a nonprofit 501c3 status. And what was requested of us last time is to draft a letter of intent that would authorize the city to work towards an agreement. This would be a non-binding letter, but it allows the Lava Dome the ability to go out and secure sponsorships, grants, and donors. The letter of intent, the city attorney and I had a meeting with the Lava Dome founders and went over some points of discussions. Those points of discussions were listed in the staff report. I believe what it has come down to, though, and the reason the letter of intent was not included in the staff report is because we couldn't come to an agreement on participation of local teams and or their allowed use of the new facility. What was communicated back to us, and fortunately they're here tonight so they can clarify that if I stated it incorrectly in any way, was that local sports leagues would play outside on the hopefully improved artificial turf field and would only get use of the indoor facility if there were rain or inclement weather. So that was kind of the last sticking point we had towards the letter of intent, which again is a non-binding letter that just benefits them to be able to collect donors and us to work together with them to come to an agreement on the terms of how they would operate the facility in the long run. So both the city attorney and I would willing to stand for questions, and our guests are here too, should you have questions of them.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions on the staff report at this point? What I'd like to do is invite up, Marlene Parsons has signed up to represent the Lava Dome. And then I do want to include in the record, we received a letter of support from the Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association in support of the Lava Dome project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Marlene Parsons, and I currently reside in Keizer. I'm a board member of the Lava Dome, LLC. I'm here this evening to answer any questions you may have concerning the letter of intent that is on your agenda tonight. We plan on meeting with the boards of both Little League and McNair Youth Sports and talk to them about playing in the dome once it is constructed. We are hoping that each team will be able to use the dome as frequently as possible, and this all depends on weather and availability. We will have scholarships available for kids so that no kid is left out of playing. Keizer kids will have priority, but we want to be inclusive to all kids. We believe that all kids should have the opportunity to play baseball and/or softball. Once the dome is constructed in 2024, only staff will be allowed to open and pressurize the dome. Therefore, we must have it staffed. This is a new concept to the area, and we want our local kids to be able to enjoy it. We will have tournaments on the weekend, and this is so that we can make enough money to run the dome and pay the staff. We will not charge Little League or McNary Youth Sports any more than what they are currently paying, and they will not be responsible for any upkeep of the fields. In 2025, we are hoping to turf all the remaining outdoor fields so that the games can be played at all times on all fields. We are committed to bringing the kids back to the Little League Park so that they can enjoy the use of the fields and the dome. We hope that you will approve the letter of intent so that we can receive commitments from our potential sponsors and get to work on building this dome. Sorry.
I know it's been a long night.
My passion has always been that Little League Park. And I give you my word that that Little League is going to play at that park, in that dome, and on those turf fields. I'm not sure where the communication left awry, but as a member, a Keizer resident and member of this board, I stand before you today to tell you that we will work with both of the leagues and we will do our very, very best to make sure that these kids can play on these fields and in this dome. This is a wonderful opportunity for the city of Keizer. This is a wonderful opportunity for our children, and our children need this. They need these Little League fields to get back to where they were and better so that they can play year round. It's very, very important to this community, I think, for that to happen because it's been the last several years have been not real good, and we've had lots of complaints, and I want to take away those complaints. I want to meet with we're going to meet with these boards, and we're going to figure this out. So I hope that you will consider giving us this opportunity so that we can go get the funds. But I just have one question for the council, though, is it about Little League having somewhere dedicated to play, which we're making sure that they have, or is it about Little League just playing inside? So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you very much. There's been a lot of information to absorb regarding the Lava Dome project, and I really appreciate you staying with us this evening, but also staying with the project all the way through. And with the, I mean, this is a very ambitious project, and we have to be very careful in our each step forward because we're looking at our kids.
That's correct.
And the future and the management. So I'm going to lead off with a question and then open it up to the rest of the council. So on there's two pieces in my head. There's the funding the construction, and then there's managing the Lava Dome facility itself. The second phase of turfing, it's a goal, but it's really not part of the conversation right now. It's not part of the letter of intent. That's more visionary.
That is correct.
That is dependent upon further conversations. So I like.
Phase one. This is phase one.
This is what we're talking about. So to put a box around this, we are talking about the dome.
Correct.
Management of the dome, use of the dome.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. In that facility, the management of the dome is anticipated to be Lava Dome. The rest of the park will continue with Love of the Game because those are grass fields and outdoor facility at this point because we have a management agreement that will have to be modified because this part will come out.
That is correct.
Is there, you already answered this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You talked about the scheduling. And that's not something that Love of the Game does. They are management of the facility. And we did not want them to have to also schedule, well, they do scheduling.
They do scheduling, yes.
So there's going to be a collaboration on the scheduling.
That's correct. We're going to have the conversation with the leagues first. Because we want to know what their needs are and what they would like to see happen. And once we have that conversation, then we will have the conversation with the walkers and for the Love of the Game.
So this would be Little League, Cal Ripken, and softball.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That really helps. So this is all we're talking about. We're not talking about phase 2.
That's correct.
We're talking about this phase 1.
Yes.
And I really want to emphasize what you said and what we also heard from Mr. Brown is that Mickey Walker, who is love of the game, has been at pretty much every meeting and part of these conversations, which has been very important. So I'm going to go that helps me out. I'm going to look for questions or comments. Starting.
Okay, so this, I love this idea, and, you know, this is, I love where this is coming from, especially your passion. The timing of this, I am not crazy about. I feel like we got really railroaded in the Keizer Rapids turf field project. You know, we got kind of, you know, this great deal with the county where we would have $2 million matching funds, and we ended up, you know, 3 or more times that we sort of got in for, and we kind of got in a position where, well, you know, everybody loves it so much, but now we're paying gazillions, not gazillions, but, you know, inordinately amounts more than that, but, you know, nobody really quite had the, you know, fortitude to back out of it by the time we got that much farther into it. And it just feels like this, I know it's not, but it feels like the same kind of thing. And especially since those 2 projects are overlapping, it just feels like 2 big projects at the same time. And it just feels like the timing to me is not great. And so that's kind of where some of my reservations come. And just in terms of, okay, this sounds, okay, we have this phase 1. A lot of money going into this. $10 million is what I'm hearing. Where is that money going to come from? And already, you know, I'm hearing that it's not going to affect the prices that our kids pay.
That's
and you
correct, it
mentioned
will not.
scholarships and so forth. But where's the funding model in terms of where is that money going to come from? You guys aren't doing this for free. You're getting grants, and, you know,
That is correct, but we've got major sponsors. I mean, there's a lot of big corporations out there that want to help the youth sports, and we've got a couple right now waiting to come in.
Yeah, so I'd like to
Right.
hear a little bit more about that,
Yes,
too.
and we've got them waiting to come in, but we can't get their commitment on paper until we have a commitment from you stating that we can go along with this project.
Yes,
This
I
is
get
no cost to the city at all. This is not costing the city Keizer one dime.
Yeah, but that, and that's where I'm getting, you know, the other.
And that's where it's different than the soccer field, right?
Yeah, and so
Right.
that's, I'm just telling you where my
Right, I
reservations
understand.
are coming from, because this, you know, these 2 giant projects kind of coming on us all at once. So that's kind of where my thinking is, and admittedly, that's not all rational, but that's kind of where I'm thinking and feeling
I
right
understand.
now, so, yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Husband?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marlene, thank you again for running through all of this. There is a lot to process here, and we're grateful for the time and attention to detail on this. Could you please elaborate? You did touch on it a little bit, but please elaborate on who has the final say in decision-making between For the Love of the Game and Lava Dome with respect to these leagues and their field time. You mentioned as an example that you wanted to get kids into the Lava Dome for tournaments on weekends, which is completely understandable. At the same time, we know that weekends are the best time for youth baseball and softball. So there's a lot of competition for those spots.
Right, no, I understand what you're saying. So the agreement between For the Love of the Game and the Lava Dome right now is that we will run the dome and they will continue to run the outside fields until we can revisit this maybe with phase 2. That so far is what's going on. If there's inclement weather, any of those games that's scheduled outside, if there's inclement weather, they're all going to come in the dome because we want the kids to play. We don't want them to get rain out games. You know, we want them to play. And we want those kids to enjoy playing in a major league ballpark. Think of it. I mean, with this beautiful dome and everything, these kids are just going to just like eat it all up. And that's what I want to see. You know, but I want to see everyone, you know, having that opportunity to do that. You know, we're talking maybe only 4 fields max that we're going to be able to put into this dome. So there's only so much we can do. There's going to have to be some people playing that the walkers are going to have to schedule outside. But I don't want kids to have to go to Claggett anymore to play in a field that's not good. I don't want them to have to go to this school over here that's over here. We want them to be able to play at Keizer Little League Park, and that includes the dome.
Follow up and a quick aside as well. Mr. Brown, is the contract between For the Love of the Game and Lava Dome a public record?
It's not a contract.
Well, at the point at which it becomes a contract or an
Yeah.
agreement, it would be, but we don't have one right now. This is merely allowing us to go forward towards something like that.
Okay, so there's,
It's just an
Sorry, Marlene,
agreement
help
that
me out
walk,
here.
well, I'm just saying, once the dome is built, we are responsible for the dome. Okay, For the Love of the Game, we'll still be responsible for the rest of the ball fields.
Okay.
But we have, after such time that the dome is built, that's when we go to contract. Right now, it's just, this is just a letter of intent for us to go out and get this money to build this dome.
thank you for that. Is there a current contract that exists between For the Love of the Game and the Lava Dome right now?
No.
No? Okay.
Premature.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, for the record, for folks who may still be watching, and there was a contract between the
They're all
City of
sleeping.
Keizer and Love of the Game for the management of the Little League Park. And upon the evolution of this, that would be amended. And as I pointed out earlier, Mr. Walker has been at these meetings and is fully engaged in these conversations.
That's correct.
And the development of the project.
That's correct. Thank you.
Councilor Kohler.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Former Councilor Parsons, thank you for being here. Councilor Parson and the mayor and I actually spent quite a bit of time together on the Little League Task Force.
We did.
Some 5 years ago. And a long time before that. So I understand your passion for the game and for the park. I want to reiterate that the letter of intent is non-binding. It's not there to determine all of the details of what's going to happen. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as our kids can play and will play and use the fields and the dome, we need to get this moving.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marlene, how long have you been on the board?
Well, actually, I've been on the board about month, 2 months. I've been working with them for a few months, but I just came on the board about probably a month, 6 weeks ago. They asked me to be a part of this because they wanted a Keizer representative on the board. And because I was familiar with the Little League fields, and I was familiar with the issues that's been going on over the years and the things that have been plaguing those fields, they felt that I maybe had the knowledge to help them understand how the city of Keizer works and how things can be or should be.
So you've been on the board for a month? Mm-hmm. And yet we don't know where the communication went awry?
No, and I tell you why, because I read the email back and forth and I read the quote and basically I think what happened was they said the kids will play outside if the weather's nice, but they can play inside if available. I don't think people heard the word available. I think what they heard was.
I read if available. So my question is, if you're booking them for tournaments.
Only on weekends.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Sometimes Friday night, but mainly Saturday, Sunday.
So our kids won't be able to play inside.
They don't play on the fields now on Saturday, Sunday.
Well, I guess that's where I'm confused, is if available. So they're not playing on the fields now. How are you gonna, you see, because you said in your testimony that you want the kids to play and you're committed and you
That's
are
right.
promising that the kids will play in the dome.
Yeah, they'll all have a chance to play in the dome.
Okay, see, that's where I'm having some frustration with this whole process. The letter of intent, we don't have one because there's no agreement from the Lava Dome on the letter of intent that the city drafted with all the requirements in it. But I'm having a struggle, in addition to what Councilor Reed said, in terms of the timing, $10 million. Have I seen a pro forma? Nope. Do I know what phase 1, 2, and 3 is? I think I understand what phase 1 is, but I'm not going to agree to phase 2 and to phase 3. I'm not going to agree to phase 1 if I don't know what phase 2 and what phase 3 is and what a long-term plan is. And if the long-term plan, I'm just going to put it out here now for everybody to hear. If the long-term plan is for a nonprofit organization from Portland to come in and to manage the Little League fields and the complex, it's a hard no. It's a non-starter for me. Because when I hear the words, if available, a chance to play, that's not a guarantee. And so until you can guarantee to me that our kids are going to play in this lava field, in this dome, which is on city property, it's a non-starter to me. I've spent a lot of time reading this. I've spent asking questions, trying to understand, having conversations with Mr. Brown. But right now, it's a no for me. I'm sorry, I can't. I have no letter of intent to look at.
And I'm sorry that you don't. I thought, my understanding was Mr. Brown was going to submit what he had anyway, and then it was going to be up to you guys to decide. That was what I last heard that you were going to do.
There's one in the packet that is in, the packet is not signed, obviously, but.
Right. But we didn't, we just said
But the email back and forth doesn't agree to the letter that was submitted to the city council. Because what I'm reading in here is it says, let me know what the council says because we'll have to pivot to Plan B. What's Plan B?
Salem.
I'll think of it in a minute. Councilor Duran.
So one of the things that I'm kind of worried about is you're going to tie up 4 fields with this lava dome. In the past, if it's raining, even if there's turf out there, they're not going to allow them to play if the baselines are soaked. So in the past, they've allowed them to use other, teams to use other fields that weren't being used, and now you've taken up 4 of those fields. So, because we do have a drainage problem out there, and I guarantee you, even no matter how much money they put into those, there's still going to be a drainage problem with water pooling in certain baselines and things like that. So, having 4 fields tied up that are not able to use, even when they're not being booked, you say they're going to let that happen, but
If it's raining, they're all going to go in there, and yes, it is going to happen. But see, we have to staff that. You have to
right,
understand
that's what I
that
mean.
too.
Is you're talking about.
So that's why we
there's a
want to
cost
work.
to
Well,
it,
that's why we
so-
want to work with the Little League and the Cal Ripken and try to get some of those games scheduled in advance. And then when it's raining, we'd have that available for them to come in outside into the inside.
But if that happens a lot.
It does happen a lot. March and April, they'll probably be inside all the time.
Right.
I mean, there's only so much you can do, and I get that. But right now, if you go down to the Little League field, they're only using 3 fields out of all those fields down there on any given night.
Right. And that's part of the problem.
That is part of the problem, and that's what the kind of problem I want to help
hope
solve.
that we can get that taken care of in the next couple of years. But now we're adding a whole new piece to the puzzle by tying up 4 fields under a dome. So I'm definitely concerned about that. I want the kids to have as much room to play, but you tie up 4 fields out of 12 that are out there that can't be played on, without permission, without somebody to open up and pressurize the field. You've just, tied up, a third of what's available. So I'm concerned about how this is going to work. And if we move forward on this, we're going to have a lot of, you guys are going to spend a lot of time on this, and we're going to have some stuff that we have to work out that, to me, is very, concerning. It's a lot of what ifs. So.
Councilor Cross?
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your passion. Anyone that knows me knows that I love the kiddos. So I have 2 different pieces to this. So I 100% agree with Councilor Reed and Council President Starr in the fact that there is going to be competition over money, like we're trying to get millions of dollars into this community. So that's one, and I can even get over that. But the if and availability, so the business part of me knows, right? It's going to cost money. That's correct. My kids played baseball. I understand. You have to pay these big tournament fees, right? That's how you're going to get the money, the flow. Right now, we have a lot of kids that are playing out at Claggett Creek. We have a lot of South Salem kids that are playing here, and that is because of money. It's not going to be cheaper when we have this lava dome. It's going to take more money to support it. Let's say it doesn't even that. I am uncomfortable when I hear the things that Keizer kids will have more opportunity, but not all the opportunity. It's our land, sorry, I'm all about loving the whole community, but this is Keizer, and I'm 100% behind the Keizer kids. So I think they should have first priority there.
Well, they will. I mean, I just said they'd have first priority Monday through Friday. That's what the agreement said in the LOI anyway.
Right, so we didn't see that, and I don't necessarily think it needs to be Monday through Friday. I think it's a little premature. I would like to know, do you have any sponsors?
Yes.
Who?
Pepsi is one.
And how much have they committed to?
We cannot disclose.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
Well,
okay. I heard you the first time. So I will be voting no.
okay, well, sorry, kiddos.
So, additional questions, comments at this point? So I'm hearing a couple of things. One is on the current use of the fields is that they're tournaments. So the Little League right now, they have to play Monday through Friday. And that's again, so that the fields can be used for tournaments on the weekend to pay for maintenance. So that's the agreement that we have at the moment. So again, phase 2 and 3, they don't, in my mind.
They don't even exist right now.
They don't exist. So we can talk about what ifs, but we have to get through this particular project and see what we want to do, if we want to do in the future. And it is collaborative. My question on capacity, the turfed domed fields on the weekdays, will they be scheduled for the programming, for the Lava Dome programs? And will that allow for are they different times, here, I finally found it. Are they different times of year so that the baseball and softball that's occurring outside can move inside in the wet months on Monday through Friday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay.
So while she's looking, can I ask a
Yes,
question?
Counselor Kohler?
Where is the LOI?
It's page, hang on.
Because I look down through here and I don't see it.
No, Madam Mayor, it's not in the packet. It was.
So what does the LOI say?
Oh, here it is. It was an email that we got. I mean, it's 3 pages long. But it was an email that we received. It was not included in the packet. You are correct. Mr. Brown sent that and the emails out to us in a separate email. So no, it wasn't in the packet for adoption.
I found my question.
And can we have a recap?
Sure. I have it up, actually.
Does he want to see it? Because I have it.
Do you have it printed? Okay.
So the first section is saying the parties will work together with the Lava Dome and the city. Section 2 says that the terms of the development agreement will include, and these were some baseline issues that we wanted to agree upon. The Lava Dome and the city will mutually agree on details of the project. This shall include, but is not limited to design, engineering, and construction. And the Lava Dome will be responsible for all costs. The Lava Dome will be responsible for any direct or indirect costs. The development and all improvements shall be owned by the city, and that is something they came back with, that the actual dome is a removable asset, so we wouldn't actually own the dome itself, which which is okay with, because the ground underneath would still be improved and it wouldn't change the use. But, so I didn't necessarily have a problem with that change. There would not be any loans on it. They would have to post bonds sufficient to assure the project completion. The all federal, state, and local laws are applicable, and construction cannot begin until the city is able to confirm the funds are available. And then item 3 is the terms of the management agreement. And it, again, these things, it's just a letter of intent, but the initial management agreement would be for a period of 10 years. And they'd be responsible for all aspects of managing it. The fees would be set by the Lava Dome, but there were some guarantees in there that the Keizer Leagues would the Keizer League regular play would be approved by the city, those fees. So there's no admission to be charged for regular league play. And so one of the comments back was that we needed to define regular league play, which is fair and something we can work through. And field availability provided for regular league play is allowed Monday through Friday. There's a scholarship fund. At least one board of director have personal investment or residence within the city. And number 4 is the parties bind themselves to negotiate for 90 calendar days. So the issue when we sent that over, and I shared this with the councilors so that you have all the information I did, is that when we said league play, the response was, we'll need to fully understand what you define as league play, and that farther down, it says that the Little League will remain on the outdoor fields unless weather requires them to move indoors. There's field availability in the dome. And that's when my response to that was, our thinking was that play was Monday through Friday for normal leagues or regular league play, and turnouts would occupy the same. But what I said was, I think if you're saying Little League cannot use the dome unless it's raining, that would be a non-starter for the city. And so that response, basically in summary, was, yes, that's right. So let us know if the city's in concurrence with that. So if I'm hearing something different from Ms. Parsons here, then we could work towards amending the letter of intent towards that end than we had with the email exchange.
Does that help answer the questions about the letter of intent? Mr. Johnson.
Madam Mayor, we can discuss what those details are tonight if you wish. Or I think the general idea, at least from most of the counselors, is to pin down this very important issue and bring back a letter of intent that covers that and any other issues that you might have, and bring you back something that we know the Lava Dome can agree to. So unless you want, I mean, you don't have the letter of intent in front of you tonight, so you can't really vote on it. We typically bring items to council when the other party we're dealing with has agreed and signed it first. So, unless you would prefer to just direct us to disengage on this, we can come back and look at other options. But it's entirely up to council on how you want to deal with that.
All right, thank you very much, appreciate that. And yeah, we can't adopt it tonight because it wasn't included in the packet. So the terms that we have from the email, and did everybody have access to that? So what we can do is 2 things. One is that additional questions can be directed to Mr. Brown and Mr. Johnson to take back to Lavadome for refinement. And Council President Starr, you have one more question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I don't understand why, and I'm reading directly from an email from the Lavadome. You're right. Tournaments are primarily Friday through Sunday. However, as a nonprofit, we also plan to run our own programs to serve the community of Keizer and beyond. They go on to list all of these programs. The Lavadome, being an entity, will be available for rentals to baseball and softball organizations year-round. With that said, fields inside the dome may be rented to other entities during times that Little League or the Cal Ripken baseball programs are running. That is why a field inside the dome may not be available at all times for Little League or Cal Ripken. I get the at all times, but I have serious concern. It's written here that you're going to rent it to other outside programs and our kids aren't going to have, you're going to book it up. I mean, am I reading it? You're going to rent it out, and when our kids, our local Keizer teams come want to rent a field, they're all booked up. And that's the fundamental problem that I have, is that there's, like, you could be rented out for 6 months and our kids aren't going to have, our teams aren't going to be able to rent a field. That right there is the fundamental problem. And I need to also understand, what are these scholarships that you're going to offer to Keizer kids going to cover? Because if they're playing Little League in Cal Ripken, I guess I don't know what they would be getting a scholarship from the Lavadome for.
Because a lot of kids can't afford to play, and Little League and Cal Ripken don't offer reduced fees or scholarships for these kids to play.
What teams are they going to be playing on? Are you going to offer scholarships for them to play with Cal Ripken?
Yes.
How many?
It depends on how much the need is.
Because the last time I asked that question, I couldn't get an answer.
I'm trying to answer the question right now, Councilor Starr. What I'm trying to tell you is that scholarships will be available to every child that wants to play ball. I don't care who they're playing for.
Why are the answers changing?
That answer's not changed.
It changed from the last time. It changed from the last conversation. And I just can't, I know, Mayor Clark, you said that this is only about phase 1. I can't agree to a phase 1 if I don't know what your phase 2 and your phase 3 is, because I don't know what's coming down the road. So.
And while going into the future is speculative, what I think the goal is, the hope is that this would be spectacularly successful, where we would be able to expand capacity, because a turf field has more capacity in a temporal fashion than grass fields. We've had this conversation many times.
That's why we're trying to build our own.
While I understand that, we're talking about 2 different funding streams and 2 different efforts, and we've done 2 large projects before in this town. So again, we have to consider this in this box. This one, I think we have to really consider separately from the park, Keizer Rapids Park. That project is a separate project, separate funding stream, and it's a separate sport for that matter. So that's how my brain's going with this. I'm trying to keep this into Lavadome. What does it do? What does it provide? How is it going to be managed? And right now, the plan would be to continue in collaboration with the Love of the Game, which runs the rest of the complex. We're not changing that except for these 4, but also requiring, and I think we can add in there that in the letter of intent, the plan for collaboration for scheduling between Love of the Game and Lavadome. Councilor Cross.
Marley, so I know you can't say who's agreed to sponsor. How much seed money do you have? Like, do you have $1? Do you have $1,000? Do you have $10,000 in the bank towards this $10 million project?
We can't have any money in the bank until we have, they're not going to, and nobody's going to make a commitment or write a check until we have a commitment from the city.
Well, respectfully disagree because I am a fundraiser person and I could do like rah, rah, rah. And I 100% think that I could get somebody to write me a $10,000 check and then say, here you go, this is where we're going with it. And if it doesn't happen, we'll return it. So I respectfully disagree. I'd like to see some seed money or something before we move on.
Pro forma.
Well, we're not going to start the projects until we collect all the money. It's not like we're going to start building and we don't have any money. We are not going to start on that project until we have the full amount of money that we need to build that project. So then it's no harm, no foul at that point.
Yeah, an LOI is very different,
Oh, I did have it, sorry. Why 10 years on the LOI?
not the LOI, the agreement.
Yeah, I
The
know.
agreement.
Yeah, the agreement, it's a considerable investment of $10 million to the facility, so that's.
No, I
it's a
get it,
starting
but
point.
sometimes even when we're talking about the Volcano Stadium, I'm like, really, 30 years for
Right.
$1,000 a year? Like, come on, like, why does it have to be
Yeah,
a whole decade?
and this is a lot less than 30 years. But for, I don't know the numbers that went into the baseball field, but it's a balance of something to, between what's a big enough commitment for them to invest that amount of money in and a return to us. So it's something that's negotiable. That's something a number we kick back and forth between the Lava Dome. So it's not etched yet in stone.
Point of clarification also, with the Volcanoes, when they refinanced to do improvements to the stadium, we also renegotiated the term because the bank required to have a certain time period in
For a
order
loan.
for them to finance. So that, and it was a much larger dollar amount than what we're talking about here. So direction from council to staff. One of the issues that we're hearing is in the LOI to include the, because under item 3 is the terms of management agreement shall include the following. And fleshing out the field availability. And because we are talking, as I understand it, again, my kids did not play baseball or softball. We're talking March 1 through June 15. Is that the appropriate window
Yes. And
for
then,
baseball and softball?
right, and then we were hoping to attract Little League's World Series to the Dome, not World Series, but the Little League All-Stars.
Right,
And also allow each of those teams to have their tryouts in the Dome.
okay. And that's beyond the March 1 to June 15?
Yes.
Okay. So the current season for Cal Ripken and softball and Little League is March 1 to June 15. So language shoring that up, talking about what the terms would look like for field availability and scheduling collaboration in that section, understanding that we're talking Monday through Friday. That's the agreement we currently have with Love of the Game. Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Until there's more information and there's some kind of performa, just like Councilor President Starr said, I'm not interested in pursuing.
So not even a letter of intent?
Madam Mayor, I understand a letter of intent, but I just don't feel like I have the full story or the full picture of what the end, and no pun intended, what the end game is here, and what the goal is in this phase. And I know you keep saying it's only phase 1, but I have a feeling, I just feel like there's more than just putting a dome over the Little League, over 4 Little League fields. And I need to understand the full picture, all the phases, what the end goal is. I need to see a pro forma. I need to see way more. And if that comes as part of the letter of intent, I don't know. I need to see more than that, even to support a letter of intent, than what, I just don't have a good feeling about it.
Councilor Kohler? Any more direction? I know it's almost midnight, but that's not the point. These people waited all night.
Well, I've spent a considerable amount of time out at the Little League Park over the last 20 some odd years. And first of all, I think that we can address the concerns that we have and put them in an LOI. I understand the LOI is non-binding, so we can, when it comes time to actually putting a contract together, we can put down all of the details to the gnat's tail about what all these details are and how they're going to work. But a LOI now allows them to move forward. I look at the economic opportunities that are there for the city, for our kids, and for all kinds of things. I see all kinds of positive things. Are there some risks involved in putting an LOI together? Yeah, I mean, in some ways there are, but in other ways they're not, because it is a letter of intent. It's not a contract. So again, as long as I know that our kids can play and use the fields more than they're getting to use it now, I think we need to move forward.
Was there anything that, and you don't have it in front of you, and I know that's not fair, that you want to make sure is included in the LOI?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think it would be fair to anybody to dictate in the LOI too many minute details. I think general concept about our kids being able to use the fields are great to have in there, but I don't think that we can dictate minute details. The letter of intent says, we agree that if we can put all the rest of these things together, we can put this together. I guess the thing that I'm struggling with is the LOI is just saying that we want to put something together that's permanent, a contract, and the contract is where all these details will come out.
Thank you very much. Councilor Osman, thoughts?
There have been multiple instances throughout this discussion, and I think previous ones, Councilor Starr has highlighted some others, but to our three friends from the Lava Dome, you have not been as fully transparent with the city as you could be to bolster your case. I think that is one of the more disappointing elements in considering what it is that this project should and could be for the city of Keizer, because this is a two-way street. You're not just asking from us, you want us to build a relationship. I think your lack of transparency to this point has not done you the service of building the relationship that you want with the city of Keizer, and I would encourage you to do a little soul searching on what's happened tonight and wake up tomorrow and let's go forward.
With the LOI, development or not?
Are we voting?
No, just, no, it's not consensus. We will, is it a motion?
Yes.
Looking. Yeah. Thank you. It is a motion.
There was, but Madam Mayor, but
Oh,
there was no LOI
Right.
ready for it, so it's not ready to be voted
So
on.
there is no vote tonight, but I think that direction to staff and whether or not to consider the continue the conversation, and what we want to see, if we want to consider to continue with the conversation, I can't talk anymore, what elements need to be included in that conversation to bring back an LOI for actual consideration, is what I'm hearing. Did I hear it correctly? Hearing no objection.
Yeah, I'm fine to see the LOI, although I don't understand why they couldn't have agreed to the one that Adam put forward the first time.
Well, that's a moot point right now. Much appreciated. However, I think at this point, looking at the letter that was included in the email that we received, and for those who did not receive it or still have questions, to direct comments to Mr. Brown and Mr. Johnson so that those can be taken into consideration. And the question is, we could, if consensus is to continue the development of the LOI, we need to say so. If the consensus is to not, we need to say so, to be fair to everybody. Councilor Cross.
And if the consensus is to go forward with the LOI, I would like to see more than just best available. Like, I want this many game spots, like, not just best available. Because, it's like going to a restaurant. If you know the restaurant's going to be fabulous or this Lava Dome's going to be fabulous, well, that's fantastic. You can come in at 1 in the morning because all the spots are filled and everybody's paying for it. It doesn't make sense. If we don't have, for sure, spots in so many hours and so many games.
Which is part of the scheduling, so.
But I keep hearing best available, or like if available.
So, if I may, and actually I'm looking at Mr. Brown, we have an example, and you all do have copies, or should have copies, of the current management agreement with Love of the Game. It's a public document, and we can get that to you.
Yep.
So, scheduling requirements, again, this is contractual, but it gives you a framework in which this is already being done, and the parameters under which it's being done. Does anybody object to using that as the foundation or a reference in the LOI, a frame of reference for the development of the LOI? Because that's the agreement we currently have and what we're operating under, and because of weather, we have frequent cancellations during this season. Because for some reason, people want to play baseball in the spring in Oregon, which I cannot understand.
Crazy people.
I know. Soccer's better because you get money on purpose. But my question is, using the park management agreement that we already have an established contract with parameters for priority and scheduling, understanding that the Lava Dome has the potential to expand capacity because you won't have rained out games you'll have more availability of playable fields than we do now. Are you good with the city manager and city attorney looking at this and using it as a means of helping define some of the questions that you have regarding the availability and have that conversation?
Yep.
You're good with that? You're good with that? You're good with that?
I'm good with that. I'm good with that in principle. I don't necessarily want to see that language automatically copied and pasted into the letter of intent. I want all parties to work this out.
Yes.
I agree that it's much easier to change directions as we move forward. I think that we need to go ahead and move forward with this letter of intent, and I frankly am more confident with Marlene advocating for our Keizer youth. I'm really glad that you are on the board, and I'm glad that the Lava Dome has included you as a voice on the board. I think that speaks very highly of the process and of their vision for operating in Keizer. I think that is, I am encouraged by that move. And so I am confident in your ability to advocate for our kids, and still have lots of questions. And but again, I think it's easier to figure those out as we move forward. So.
Okay. Mr. Brown, have we given you enough information, Mr. Johnson, enough information to be able to move forward with conversations? Council, are we concurred that the conversation shall move forward to into the development of letter of intent? Yes. I'm getting head nods all the way down. We have consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you, and my goodness, this is gonna be one of the latest ones I've ever done in my career. But I really want to thank people for hanging with us. All right, Council President Starr, would you please read the items on tonight's consent calendar?
Yes, consent calendar, oh, I'm not on.
That will help.
Goodness. Okay. Consent calendar item A, resolution authorizing the mayor to send a letter to city attorney regarding evaluation recommendations and observations. Item B, resolution authorizing the city manager to award and enter into an agreement with Gelco Construction Company for McLeod Storm realignment. Item C, resolution authorizing the city manager to award and enter into an agreement with Roy Hout Construction LLC for 2023 pavement resurfacing. Item D, resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Ralph Anderson and Associates. Item E, resolution certification of delinquent sewer accounts. And item F, approval of the May 15th, 2023 regular session minutes.
Thank you very much. Are there any polls? Council President Starr?
I move to adopt the consent calendar items A through F.
Second?
The consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Other business? Mr. Brown, is there any?
Madam Mayor and Council, no, we have no other business.
I would hope not.
Bless you.
Bless you. Due to the lateness of the hour, is there anything urgent that staff needs to share? Also, due to the lateness of the hour, is there anything council members need to share aside from the Keizer 40th coming up on the 16th and 17th?
I have one item.
Council President Starr.
Bless you.
Third time's a charm.
I hope so.
City Manager Brown mentioned this in his weekly report, but we had the privilege of meeting with the U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander to plan for their visit for Navy Week. And correct me on the date, but I believe it's going to be September 27th.
Bless you.
Oh, dear.
5th? It's Wednesday, that last week in September. They're very excited about partnering with our schools. I had the opportunity to talk with Eric Jesperson this weekend, and he is excited about whatever that might look like. And one of the biggest, or one of the ideas that they were the most excited about was having their Navy pop music band do a concert for the community for free, looking at different locations. But prior to that, having, speaking of baseball, softball, having a Navy game, having the Navy sailors play kind of a rotating game with our youth in Keizer for softball, Little League, high school, all of the ages. So, and do that prior to the concert. So more to come on that. I just wanted to put that on everybody's radar.
Fantastic. There were two. Okay. Thank you very much. I just have one thing to, anything else urgent?
I actually have one thing.
Okay,
I
Councilor.
just really want to share how much I love kids, and that's why I get so passionate. And at the annual With Now Family YMCA meeting, I was named Board Member of the Year. So I really put my energy into that stuff. So I know it can be a little bit extra sometimes, but it is because I always have the kids' best interest.
Extra is good.
Congratulations. I'd like to, before I go to agenda input, I do want to share a note from Mike and Marley Koenig from the Keizer Community Band. Hello, everyone. Just wanted to thank you for allowing Keizer Community Band to perform at City Hall on May 17th. We had a standing room only crowd and a standing ovation. The community members seemed to really enjoy it along with the performers. Thank you very much. So we'll end with that positive note. No pun intended. Agenda input, we will be back on June 12th for a work session, and the topic is going to be the management of our rights of way and people experiencing homelessness. On Tuesday, June 20th, we will meet in regular session at 7 p.m. It's on Tuesday because of the Juneteenth holiday on June 19th. And then on July 3rd, we will meet in regular session at 7 p.m. The time is now 11:44. We are adjourned.
Already?